Chapter 1634. The blood cauldron's spirit. It was a blood-red world. As far as the eye could see, everything was blood-red. The surrounding blood-red walls were wriggling like walls of flesh. As they wriggled, they secreted a lot of mucus, which looked disgusting. In this blood-red world, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with dense resentment. These resentment transformed into ferocious faces that looked terrifying and ferocious. Fortunately, Zhuo was surrounded by the underworld water droplets. Therefore, these resentment were very afraid and didn't dare to approach Zhuo. This should be a passage. I'm afraid it's also the inner world of the blood cauldron. This blood cauldron has been worshipped by creatures for thousands of years. It has developed a spirit and is extremely extraordinary. Since it has developed a spirit, this blood cauldron also has emotions. It can feel anger, sadness, fear. The resentment of the creatures that have died for thousands of years all resides in this blood cauldron. If this blood cauldron was just an inanimate object, perhaps it wouldn't feel so much. However, this blood cauldron has developed a spirit. These resentment will cause trouble for the blood cauldron. Xiao He appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. Her small eyes revealed a trace of caution. It seems that my luck is not bad. If I hadn't sensed the blood cauldron's emotions and said that I could cure its resentment, I'm afraid that with my strength, I won't be able to wring it 20 times. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a lingering fear. He knew that with his strength alone, even if he used his saint body, he might not be able to wring the blood cauldron 20 times. Of course, if he had hundreds or thousands of underworld water droplets, he might be able to wring the blood cauldron 20 times. However, in the process of absorbing the resentment, Zhuo discovered that as the number of underworld water droplets increased, the difficulty of condensing them also increased. Human, you can absorb resentment. Help me get rid of these annoying resentment. Suddenly, a slightly old voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. This old voice contained a trace of excitement and fluctuation. Zhuo turned his gaze and immediately knew that the owner of the voice should be the blood cauldron spirit. Zhuo nodded and waved his sleeve. Instantly, the 50-plus yellow springs droplets within his body shot out. In an instant, all the resentment in an area of a few meters around him was completely absorbed, whereas the other resentment roared and retreated repeatedly. Good, good, good. You really can get rid of resentment. Human, help me. The blood cauldron spirit's voice was filled with excitement. I can indeed do that, but I can't just come here to expel Senior's resentment for nothing, right? It is said that there is a blood-refining divine pond inside the blood cauldron. I wonder if Senior can take me there? Zhuo said with a slight smile. The blood cauldron spirit was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, Okay, but before that, you have to help me get rid of the resentment in this bloody channel. I'm so scared by this resentment that I don't dare to show up. After you get rid of the resentment in this passageway, I will bring you to the blood refinement divine pond. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, I don't mind such a small matter. Senior, please wait for me for a few days. After saying that, Zhuo waved his right hand, and the void laws surged out and adhered to the surface of the Yellow Springs water droplets. In an instant, the Yellow Springs water droplets' speed became extremely fast, like lightning, absorbing the surrounding resentment. Zhuo sat cross-legged on the spot, his mind completely focused on the Yellow Springs water droplets. 3 days later, all the resentment in the bloody channel had been absorbed by Zhuowen's Yellow Springs water droplets. His Yellow Springs water droplets had grown from 50 to 70. It should be fine now, right? Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He stared at the bloody wall of flesh around him and said slowly, He knew that the blood cauldron spirit must be in this bloody wall of flesh. As soon as he said that, the bloody wall of flesh around him wriggled violently. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he saw a human figure slowly emerge from the bloody wall to his left. The human figure peeled off from the wall of flesh and appeared in front of Zhuowen. It was an old man over 70 years old with white hair and a white beard. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes shone with a strange bloody light. "Little friend, I didn't expect you to have a technique to absorb resentment. I found the right person." The old man stared at the 70 yellow springs water droplets around Zhuowen and smiled faintly. Zhuowen was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Senior, the blood refinement divine pond we discussed." The white-haired old man patted his head and laughed. "Little friend, you're right. Follow me. The blood refinement divine pond is at the end of the bloody channel. Shui Hentian often came here, but what?" Zhuowen frowned. "Ha ha. Didn't you say that you could completely expel resentment for me? So I released all the resentment I've been suppressing. There are nearly 100 bloody channels like the one we're in, and each of them is filled with resentment. These channels are all in your hands." The old man cupped his fists at Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly, and he cursed in his heart at how cunning this old fellow was. He hadn't expected that this old fellow would release all the resentment in his body. This was truly beyond Zhuowen's expectations. However, absorbing resentment was beneficial to Zhuowen. Although he was quite unhappy, there was nothing he could do. "Senior, please lead the way. I want to see the blood refinement divine pond first," Zhuowen said. The old man nodded and led the way. Zhuowen followed closely behind. In the outside world, 3 days had passed since the commander battle. However, the discussions in the Blood Refinement Mansion and Emerald Blood County did not die down. Instead, they became more and more intense like a storm. The main character of this storm was a young man named Mu Zhua. Everyone knew that the young man named Mu Zhua had knocked on the blood cauldron 20 times. His result had far surpassed the number 1 general, Shirlai, and was on par with Mansion Master Shui Hentian. What was even more terrifying was that after Mu Zhua had knocked on the blood cauldron 20 times, he had opened the entrance to the blood refinement divine pond. When he was about to enter the entrance, Mansion Master Shui Hentian led Supervisor Tsong Feng and the 6 great commanders to stop him. Among the 8 great experts, 4 of them were at the heaven-defying saint stage, while the other 4 were at the peak of the sky saint stage. Such a force was enough to annihilate a heaven-defying saint stage expert. However, Mu Zhua had forcibly broken through the 8 people's joint attack and directly entered the entrance of the blood refinement divine pond. What was even more terrifying was that Mu Zhua was only at the arcane shattering saint stage. With such a cultivation base, he was able to break through the obstruction of the 8 great experts led by Shui Hentian. This was definitely a miracle in the eyes of others. In the past 3 days, as the rumors spread, Mu Zhua had become more and more godly. If Zhuowen had been present and heard this, he would have been embarrassed. In the blood refinement mansion, Shui Hentian sat at the head of the hall. In front of him, Shui Emo stood with his fists cupped. Shui Hentian frowned slightly as his eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Shui Emo stood silently on the spot and did not speak. After a while, Shui Hentian's gaze fell on Shui Emo as he said in a deep voice, "Blood General, is your news true?" Shui Emo's gaze was firm as he nodded and said, "Rest assured, Mansion Master. I once stayed with Zhuowen for a long time and only recently returned to the central region. I can't be wrong about Zhuowen's aura. Mu Zhua is the Zhuowen that young Master Jiang Binhan of the Ice and Fire family is looking for. I won't make this up. Perhaps Master doesn't know that Zhuowen has a secret technique that can change his appearance. This secret technique can even change his aura. Shui Hentian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Immediately, he stared at Shui Mo and said coldly, "Since you know that Mu Shui is Zhuowen, why didn't you report to me earlier? If I knew Mu Shui's identity, I wouldn't have caused so much trouble." Shui Mo's eyes flickered as he lowered his head and did not answer. He knew that he would be in the wrong no matter how he explained, so he might as well not explain. Shui Hentian stared coldly at Shui Mo as his right hand gently touched the armrest. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue this matter. You may leave." Shui Mo's gaze flickered as he cupped his fists and slowly left the hall. It seems that this blood general is very important to those old guys. They actually paid a huge price to protect him. Mu Shui really surprised me. He's clearly a fragmentation saint, but he can actually do such a thing. He's really a peerless monster. Unfortunately, Mu Shui is the person that the Ice and Fire family's young master is looking for. Moreover, young Master Jiang Binhan's offer is also very tempting. I can only give him to young Master Jiang Binhan. Shui Hentian took out a communication jade charm and entered a message. After a while, Supervisor Tsang Feng walked in. "Greetings, Mansion Master." Tsang Feng knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice. Shui Hentian waved his sleeve and handed a communication jade charm to Tsang Feng. He said, "Send this to the Ice and Fire family's young Master Jiang Binhan." Tsang Feng put away the communication jade charm. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. "Also, send more people to the blood refining square. If Mu Shui comes out, immediately capture him and inform me immediately." Shui Hentian said in a deep voice. Tsang Feng said respectfully, "Rest assured, Mansion Master. I have already sent more people. Commander Lang also volunteered to guard the blood refining square." Lang volunteered to stay at the blood refining square. He usually doesn't take the initiative like this. Shui Hentian frowned. "I don't know about this," Tsang Feng said. "Then you may leave. Watch the blood refining square closely. Send this communication jade charm to the Ice and Fire family as soon as possible," Shui Hentian said. Tsang Feng cupped his fists and left silently. Although this Zhuowen is a little strange, he's only a fragmentation saint. With the strength of the Ice and Fire family, why does young Master Jiang Binhan care so much about this Zhuowen? After Tsang Feng left, Shui Hentian's eyes flickered. He was puzzled. Chapter 1635. Promotion to Heavenly Saint. After walking out of the blood-red tunnel, Zhuowen saw a huge blood-red hall. The blood-red hall was also made of blood-red flesh walls, and they were constantly squirming. In the center of the hall, there was a pool of blood that was about 100 feet wide. The pool was filled with surging blood water that flowed endlessly. Zhuowen could feel that the pool of blood contained a rich power of blood. The power of blood was so great that it made Zhuowen feel deep veneration. At the same time, Zhuowen found that the hall was filled with resentment. The resentment had transformed into countless ferocious faces. There were human figures, beast figures, and other strange shapes. The hall was huge, and there were far more resentment than the bloody tunnel Zhuowen had been in before. That pool of blood is the blood refining divine pool. It contains the essence blood of countless creatures over the years. It's very beneficial to warriors who enter it, especially for someone like you who has entered it for the first time. The blood refining divine pool will benefit you the most. As for the resentment, you can think of a way to get rid of it yourself. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the white-haired old man suddenly whistled beside Zhuowen. In an instant, all the resentment in the hall cast their gazes towards Zhuowen. The ferocious gazes made Zhuowen's scalp tingle. "Young man, work hard. I believe that these resentments are nothing to you." The white-haired old man patted Zhuowen's shoulder. Soon after, he drilled into the meat wall beside him. This old bastard, Zhuowen could not help but curse. The blood cauldron's spirit had tricked him. It had purposely drawn the resentment's attention to him. However, Zhuowen also knew that the blood cauldron's spirit was probably afraid that Zhuowen would not do his best to get rid of the resentment. That was why it had used such a method. Whoosh! The massive amount of resentment whizzed over like an avalanche, instantly drowning Zhuowen. There's really a lot of resentment here. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The 70 drops of yellow springs around him spun at high speed. The power of cycles continuously refined the resentment in the surroundings. Unfortunately, there were just too many resentful spirits. Even with the yellow springs water droplets defense, there were still many resentful spirits that passed through the gaps and headed straight for Zhuowen's body. It was a good thing that Zhuowen's original body had fused with his holy body. His body was unparalleled in the world. Although there were many resentments, they didn't cause too much harm to him. Although resentment could affect one's mind, Zhuowen's willpower was firm. Most of the resentment was blocked by him, so his mind wasn't affected too much. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the blood refinement divine pond while being enveloped by boundless resentment. After about 15 minutes, Zhuowen arrived at the side of the blood refinement divine pond. He could even feel the rich power of blood gushing out from within. I hope the blood refinement divine pond can really help me break through to the heavenly saint realm. Zhuowen took off his shirt and immediately jumped into the blood refinement divine pond. Zhuowen knew very well that his current situation wasn't good. He had taken Xue Henshin's first Yang Dao sword, so Xue Hentian would definitely not let him off. Moreover, Xue Emo knew Zhuowen's true identity. Now that something had happened to Zhuowen, Xue Emo probably wouldn't stay still. When the time came, there was a high possibility that his true identity would be exposed. Zhuowen knew that if his strength increased by another level, it would be much easier for him to face Xue Hentian and the others again. Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen stepped into the blood refinement divine pond, the surrounding blood started to boil. Following that, Zhuowen was shocked to find that an extremely rich power was entering his body from his acupuncture points, spreading to his limbs and bones. At that moment, he felt a warm feeling all over his body. It was a very comfortable feeling. Zhuowen couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan and squint his eyes. The moment Zhuowen entered the blood refinement divine pond, the resentment that had been pestering Zhuowen all retreated, as if the blood refinement divine pond was their taboo. Trying to escape, it won't be that easy. Seeing that the surrounding resentment was escaping, Zhuowen's gaze grew colder. He pinched his sword fingers with his right hand, and immediately more than 70 underworld water droplets shot out and started to sweep away the surrounding resentment. Zhuowen knew very well that if all the resentment was absorbed by the underworld water droplets, it would definitely be able to create more than double the number of underworld water droplets. As the number of underworld water droplets increased, the power of his slaughtering underworld finger would naturally increase as well. While Zhuowen was immersed in the blood refinement divine pond, his second clone came to a courtyard in the Azure Dragon Square. This courtyard was arranged by Zhuowen for Elder Fu and Xiao Yu to stay in. Young Master Mu, Big Brother Mu, Old Fu and Xiao Yu stood up one after another with a cautious look on their faces. They had already found out about what had happened outside the Azure Dragon Hall. The battle between Zhuo and the 8 great experts of the blood-hatred sky was deeply imprinted in their minds. The youth before them didn't seem old, and his cultivation wasn't high, but his strength had shocked the 2 of them. Xiao Yu's face was filled with admiration, while Elder Fu was hopeful. He knew that the youth before them might really be able to help them kill Shui, Hen Heaven. Zhuo waved his sleeve and took out a treasured sword that was as bright as the sun. He said, "Xiao Yu, can you help me refine this first Yang Dao sword? Didn't we agree that this first Yang Dao sword should be one of the rewards for helping you?" "Don't worry, Big Brother Mu. I have the 9 Yang physique. I can help you erase Shui, Hen Heaven's imprint. Moreover, I will imprint my aura on the first Yang Dao sword to help Big Brother Mu refine it." Xiao Yu agreed without hesitation. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhuo nodded and handed the first Yang Dao sword to Xiao Yu. Time passed by slowly. In a flash, 1 month had passed. At this moment, the resentment in the Blood Refinement Hall had become much thinner. Most of the resentment had escaped into other passages in the hall, not daring to face the underworld water droplets. As for the underworld water droplets, they had increased from 70 to 200. With these 200 underworld water droplets, Zhuowen's slaughtering underworld finger would be many times more powerful than before. At this moment, the blood refinement pool was boiling. In the middle of the blood refinement pool, a topless figure was quietly sitting cross-legged like a stone statue. The figure's upper body was covered with countless blood-red veins. The blood energy in the blood refinement pool flowed into the figure's body through these veins. Zhuo abruptly opened his eyes. An ray of light flickered within them. The aura on his body continued to rise, as if a ferocious beast was gradually awakening within his body. His aura skyrocketed from the early stage of the arcane shattering saint realm to the peak of the arcane shattering saint realm. However, at the peak of the arcane shattering saint realm, Zhuowen's aura began to slow down and even showed signs of stagnation. You can't let this growing aura stagnate. You have to break through it in one go. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to become a heavenly saint. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you'll be able to break through again. Xiaohei's calm voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded. Without hesitation, he took out porcelain bottles from his spiritual ring. These porcelain bottles were filled with immortal elixirs. Of course, they were all upper-grade immortal elixirs. There was a limit to the number of immortal elixirs. He would not waste them. After opening the bottle corks, Zhuowen poured out all the upper-grade immortal elixirs from the porcelain bottles. Then, his saint power swept up the immortal elixirs like a snake. He crushed them one by one and absorbed all the medicinal efficacy into his body. With the help of the medicinal efficacy of these immortal elixirs, Zhuowen's aura, which had stagnated before, began to rise rapidly again. Not enough. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp. With a wave of his right hand, he took out another porcelain bottle from his spiritual ring. This porcelain bottle contained immortal elixirs. Zhuowen sighed softly. He felt a little pained. There was a limit to the number of immortal elixirs. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not have dared to waste them. However, Zhuowen was a decisive person. He opened the bottle cork. There were only 3 immortal elixirs in it. His saint power swept out and wrapped around the 3 immortal elixirs. He crushed them one by one. A surge of medicinal efficacy swept out. Zhuowen's aura reached its peak in an instant. At this moment, the 8 types of rules in Zhuowen's body suddenly flowed through his meridians from his sea of consciousness and merged with the saint power in his dantian. At this moment, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the fusion of his saint energy and the precepts had reached a perfect level. With just a thought, he could use saint energy that contained 8 precepts. The nascent soul in his dantian began to curl up. Finally, it turned into a round golden elixir that shone with golden light. Nascent soul transformation elixir. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp. The essential difference between a profound saint and a heavenly saint was that the profound saint source of power was still the nascent soul, while the heavenly saint source of power was the origin elixir. The origin elixir carried much purer saint power than the nascent soul. Moreover, the origin elixir was not as fragile as the nascent soul. It could withstand heavy blows. Moreover, as long as the origin elixir was not destroyed, it would be much easier to recover than the nascent soul. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and quietly felt the transformation in his body. He could feel that the saint power in his body was much denser and more powerful than the fragmented saint realm. This metamorphosis brought him an improvement in all aspects. All the secret techniques and cultivation methods on his body were enhanced with this metamorphosis. Even the power of the laws was much stronger than before. Take the law of the void as an example. If the current Zhuowen used the law of the void, he could travel much further than before. With Zhuowen's current strength, using 8 types of rules, it was no problem for him to kill a sun-sky saint realm expert. Of course, if he added the slaughtering finger of sticks, Zhuowen could instantly kill a sky saint realm expert. Little guy, now that I'm a heavenly saint, you should recognize me as your master, right? Zhuowen smiled faintly. He suddenly untied the fiery red belt on his waist and spoke in a somewhat mocking manner. Chapter 1636. Song Long Taoist and Huang Quan, the huge magma in front of him, was the heaven-defying divine artifact, the spirit-devouring magma river. When Zhuowen found the spirit-devouring magma river in the Tsang Long Hall, the artifact spirit of the spirit-devouring magma river did not acknowledge Zhuowen as its master. Now that Zhuowen had advanced to the heavenly saint realm, Zhuowen naturally wanted to see if the spirit-devouring magma river was willing to acknowledge him as its master. The spirit-devouring magma river floated in the air. After a moment of silence, a rather childish voice came out. Your cultivation is still not enough, but your strength is barely passable. I will reluctantly acknowledge you as my master. After that, the spirit-devouring magma river shrank to a few dozen feet in size and floated in front of Zhuowen. Hearing the words of the spirit-devouring magma river, Zhuowen could not help but laugh. The artifact spirit of the spirit-devouring magma river was really childish. However, Zhuowen was quite happy that the spirit-devouring magma river was willing to acknowledge him as its master. Biting his thumb, Zhuowen dripped a drop of blood on the spirit-devouring magma river. Then Zhuowen felt a sense of intimacy, as if the spirit-devouring magma river in front of him had become his left and right arms, and everything was under his control. Although Zhuowen had obtained the spirit-devouring magma river in the past, he was unable to make the spirit-devouring magma river recognize him as its master, so he could not unleash its full power. Now that the spirit-devouring magma river had acknowledged him as its master, Zhuowen knew that he could fully unleash its full power. With the spirit-devouring magma river alone, he could fight with a heaven-defying divine realm warrior. Young man, you did well. You actually cleaned up the resentment of the old man here. Suddenly, an aged voice came from the blood-red hall. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He was naturally familiar with the owner of the voice. It was the spirit of the blood cauldron. Zhuowen slowly turned around and looked at the old man, who walked out of the wall of flesh with a smile on his face. He said in a slightly displeased tone, "Senior really came at the right time. I just got rid of the resentment, and Senior came out." The old man did not care about Zhuowen's displeasure. Instead, he stretched and said, "It's really comfortable. This is the first time in 10,000 years I feel so comfortable. Looks like you're angry, little guy. Hey, young man, don't be so narrow-minded. There are still dozens of passages, Magma River. There is resentment, is Cauldron Studio is. There is resentment, book studio is. Looking at the old man's smiling face, Wen's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to slap him. It's all thanks to the blood refinement divine pond and senior that I was able to advance to the heavenly saint realm. Wen sighed softly. He cupped his hands together towards the old man before taking a step forward and disappearing from the blood-colored hall. Finger is finger. The is, if I remember correctly, this is Taoist Canglong's unique celestial skill, right? This celestial skill has been lost for a long time after Taoist Canglong disappeared. I'm afraid there are not many people who can recognize this celestial skill, right? The yellow spring on this kid's body is from the same source as the slaughtering yellow spring finger that Taoist Canglong used 10,000 years ago. Could it be that this kid has obtained Taoist Canglong's inheritance? When Zhuowen disappeared, the smile on the old man's face slowly disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that a spiritual body born in a small mortal cauldron like you could recognize the slaughtering yellow spring finger. You really surprised me. Just as the old man finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly came from behind him. The old man's pupils shrank, and he suddenly retreated. His pupils shrank as he stared at the figure behind him, who was leaning against a blood-colored meat wall. The figure was dressed in a black robe, and his long hair covered his face. His face was faintly discernible, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the first mountain god? Who are you? The old man was drenched in cold sweat as he stared at the first mountain god in front of him. In his blood cauldron world, he was the master, but he did not notice the black-robed man who had appeared behind him. Who I am is not important. I just want to know, how did you recognize the slaughtering yellow spring finger? The first mountain god slowly raised his head, and a pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's exuded a murderous intent. When the old man saw that pair of eyes, his whole body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. The old man was the spirit of the blood cauldron, and the blood cauldron had been watered by the blood of countless living beings for thousands of years. The old man had seen countless killings and murderous intents, but compared to the murderous intent in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The black-robed man's eyes made the old man feel an unbearable heaviness. It was as if this gaze could make him disappear completely with just a thought. At this moment, how could the old man not know that he had encountered the most terrifying existence he had ever seen in his life? He was experienced and knowledgeable, and he could feel that this person was as terrifying as the peerless expert from 10,000 years ago. Speak. The first mountain god slowly spat out the word, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Although this lowly one is an ordinary cauldron, my existence can be traced back to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. During that catastrophe, this lowly one was just an ordinary cauldron, but many peerless experts fell during that catastrophe. This lowly one was watered with the blood of a peerless expert. So this lowly one developed spiritual intelligence. Because this lowly one was insignificant, I was lucky enough to survive. After the catastrophe, martial arts declined, and the battlefield was split into the serene corpse impasse by the Almighty. This lowly one was luckily brought out of the serene corpse impasse by the first blood refining mansion master. Because this lowly one had some spiritual intelligence, the first blood refining mansion master left this lowly one in the blood refining mansion. Later, as time passed, this lowly one was gradually used as a sacrificial object. Over time, this lowly one became the blood cauldron. The old man quickly knelt on the ground and did not dare to raise his head to look at the first mountain god. In one breath, he revealed his origin. The reason this lowly one recognized the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring was mainly because I accidentally saw the battle between the Tsang Long Taoist and the heavenly insect. The Tsang Long Taoist used the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring. Although that brat only grasped a small amount of Yellow Spring, that was indeed the aura of the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring. The first mountain god leaned on the blood-colored flesh wall and calmly stared at the old man without saying a word. The old man knelt on the ground and did not dare to raise his head. "I see," the first mountain god murmured. The first mountain god murmured softly as a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his senses and said calmly, "Since you still have the image of Taoist Tsang Long using the slaughtering finger of sticks in your memory, show it to Zhuo Wen." The old man's body trembled. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed, "Yes." When the old man raised his head again, he found that the first mountain god had disappeared. "Oh my God! Who is this person? He's too terrifying. It's as if he could kill me with just a glance." However, judging from his words and actions, he should be related to that brat just now. It seems that I can only do as he said, and show him the image of the Tsang Long Taoist using the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring. The old man sighed softly and blamed himself for talking too much. If he did not talk too much, he would not have attracted that terrifying existence just now. After a while, Zhuowen walked out of the passage. At this moment, the Yellow Spring water droplets surrounding him had grown to more than 220 droplets. Seeing Zhuowen come out, the old man sighed softly and quickly walked up to him. He said, "Little friend, is that the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring you used?" Zhuowen, who was originally happy, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at the old man warily and said, "How did you know?" When Zhuowen cultivated the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring, the jade slip had already said that this celestial art was Tsang Long Taoist's unique celestial art. Moreover, the early stage was too weak, so it was impossible for others to think of it as a celestial art. This was also the reason why Zhuowen dared to use and cultivate the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring so openly. Now that the blood cauldron spirit recognized the slaughtering finger of Yellow Spring at a glance, Zhuowen was really stunned. "Ah, let me show you an image, and you'll understand everything." The old man sighed lightly, and then his emaciated right hand pointed towards the sky. Instantly, the blood within the blood refinement divine pool within the hall suddenly surged and shot into the sky, and then it formed into an enormous scene. In the image, there were many scenes flashing, and then the scene froze on one of them. It was a land full of devastation. On this land, there were many ravines, like the wrinkles on an old man's face. They were densely packed and revealed the vicissitudes of life and sorrow at all times. Zhuowen knew that this land was being baptized by the flames of war, and countless lives had been buried in it. Suddenly, in the distance, darkness surged over. This darkness covered the sky and invaded the land. Everywhere it passed, the sky and the earth were pitch black. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. Only now did he notice that the darkness that surged over wasn't true darkness, but it was a boundless number of strange insects that were covered in bone spikes and black armor. Every single one of these insects was enormous, and their numbers were uncountable. That's the sky insect avatar. Zhuowen couldn't help but gasp when he saw the dense mass of practically innumerable black beetles. Zhuowen was extremely familiar with these black beetles. Wasn't it the heavenly insect clone that had almost destroyed the ninth hell realm? Moreover, the endless sky insect avatar's aura was even more terrifying than the sky insect avatar that had appeared in the 9 netherworld realm. With so many sky insect avatars, even celestial saints would find it difficult to resist. Soon after, Zhuowen saw a figure on the other side of the land. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a green robe and had his hair tied up in a bun. His body revealed a free and easy aura. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Zhuowen could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "Taoist Song Long." Zhuowen, who had seen Taoist Song Long's shadow in Azure Dragon Hall, recognized the identity of this figure at a glance. He was the master of Azure Dragon Hall. Taoist Song Long's gaze was indifferent as he stood in the wind. His robe fluttered as he stared at the endless sky insect avatars that were getting closer and closer. He did not shrink back, but pointed at the void. Whoosh! Chapter 1637. Images Zhua. Wen's eyes widened when he saw the monstrous yellow springs that connected the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. He was deeply shocked. Zhuowen had never thought that the yellow spring that Taoist Master Song Long had used would be so terrifying and huge. He quickly thought of his pitiful 220 yellow spring water droplets. These water droplets couldn't even form a small pool, right? Whoosh! The yellow spring instantly swept out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it drowned the heavenly worm in front of him. Zhuowen also heard countless strange sizzling sounds, as if something was being burned. This strange sound only lasted for about 15 minutes before the endless yellow springs suddenly contracted again and again. In the end, it transformed into a circle of reincarnation, while the terrifying celestial insect avatar completely disappeared. How terrifying! Zhuowen stared at this scene and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. Just now, every move that Taoist Master Song Long had used the slaughtering yellow spring finger, even the most minute details, was like a movie constantly replaying in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen kept recalling the scene just now, and the understanding in his eyes grew stronger. Then, he slowly pointed out a finger. Instantly, the 220 yellow springs water droplets that surrounded him suddenly gathered together and formed a thin stream. The moment the yellow spring water droplets formed the thin stream, the yellow spring water droplets suddenly evolved into a circle of reincarnation. Half of it evolved into life, while the other half evolved into death. The will of life was defense, while the will of death was attack. Life and death were only separated by a single thought. Zhuowen slowly raised his head, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, he suddenly pointed out a finger again, and the yellow spring water droplet turned into an arrow that left the bowstring. Zhuowen suddenly pinched it between his fingers. The saint power in his left hand turned into a bow, and his right hand pulled the bowstring into a full moon. When he let go, the yellow spring arrow turned into an arrow that left the bowstring and shot out, piercing through the void. After the underworld arrow returned, it once again transformed into a long sword, emitting a sharp edge. It was as cold as the dead of winter, bone-chilling, as if a fishbone was stuck in one's throat. Again and again, Zhuowen switched between the yellow springs forms, alternating between an offensive and defensive form. As for Zhuowen, he also executed the slaughtering finger of the yellow springs again and again. It was as though he was constantly practicing. While Zhuowen was in a state of epiphany, the scene did not stop there. After Taoist Master Song Long killed countless clones of the celestial worms in an instant, he suddenly looked towards the horizon and sighed. I never thought that the celestial armor continent would have such a day. I thought this was a land of freedom, but I never thought that it was just a cage. Alas, just as Taoist Song Long finished speaking, the sky suddenly split open, and from the depths of the split open sky, a huge hand suddenly stretched down. This huge hand was too terrifying. It covered the sky and actually tore apart the entire sky. Then, figures with terrifying auras surged out from the devastated land. These figures were like moths to a flame, rushing towards the huge hand. However, the huge hand did not pay any attention to these terrifying experts. Rumble! The huge hand suddenly reached into the ground, and in an instant, the entire land began to crack. Violent tremors spread throughout the land, as though the land was about to split open. Zhuowen was in a state of epiphany, so he did not see this scene. However, Xiaohe had appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at some point in time. She looked at this scene with a sorrowful gaze. Master had schemed and planned for hundreds of thousands of years in order to protect the celestial armor continent from being invaded. Even though Master predicted that the mastermind behind the scenes would be terrifying, in the end, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. The prosperous celestial armor continent eventually declined to its current state. Fuxi was once the son of destiny that Master recognized, but later on, he disappeared. After 10,000 years, the Fuxi cauldron reappeared, but it chose Zhuowen. I know that Master must have arranged this somehow. Back then, Master did not tell me what kind of existence tore apart the sky of the celestial armor continent. That period of time was truly too tragic. Why didn't Master tell me who the mastermind behind the scenes was until he died? Also, Master's body was not buried in the dark, corpse-forbidden ground. Also, who was buried in the divine tomb? Who was the mastermind behind the scenes? After the huge hand reached into the ground and countless experts fell, the scene came to an abrupt end. However, Xiaohe's eyes were filled with sorrow and helplessness. Although it had experienced the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, it did not know the exact details of the catastrophe. Many people believed that it was the heavenly insect of the chaotic temple who had caused the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. However, Xiaohe knew that the heavenly insect was just a puppet used by someone else. The real mastermind behind the scenes was too terrifying. Even the supreme experts of the divine transformation realm had fallen because of the mastermind behind the scenes. The scene gradually disappeared. The spirit of the blood cauldron was sweating profusely. That memory was also extremely painful for him. Those peerless experts were as insignificant as dust. The spirit of the blood cauldron still trembled with fear when he thought about it now. Boom! Suddenly, a strange power surrounded Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes. Above his head, the laws of heaven and earth suddenly descended. Like the most loyal guards, they erected barriers around him. The profound understanding realm. This kid has entered the profound understanding realm again. To be able to enter the mystic comprehending stage from the heavenly saint stage. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. This child is indeed different from other ancient martial art practitioners. Xiaohe took a few steps back. It stared at Zhuowen, whose eyes were closed with a hint of hope in its eyes. Back then, Fuxi was recognized as the son of destiny by Master. However, the plan that had been planned for hundreds of thousands of years still failed. Now that Fuxi has disappeared and the Fuxi cauldron has been obtained by this kid, could this kid be the real son of destiny? Xiaohe murmured in a low voice. It looked at Zhuowen, and its eyes became brighter and brighter. Back when Zhuowen was still very weak, he had entered the profound understanding realm. At that time, Xiaohe did not pay much attention to it. After all, the weaker one was, the easier it was to enter the profound understanding realm. However, later on, Zhuowen had entered the profound understanding realm several times. Although Xiaohe was surprised, it did not take it to heart. However, Zhuowen was now a heavenly saint realm saint. Generally, it was very difficult to become a saint, and it was even more difficult to enter the profound understanding realm after becoming a saint. However, Zhuowen had done it. He had entered the profound understanding realm again. At this moment, Xiao He felt that Zhuowen was extraordinary. This was not the first time Xiao He felt this way, when it was willing to become Zhuowen's dragon soul. It had felt this way in its heart. That was why it had followed Zhuowen impulsively. Xiao He began to understand that it had not followed Zhuowen impulsively. It had been arranged by the heavens. Great Nether Saint Dragon. Oh my God, where did this kid come from? Why does he have so many amazing things on him? The spirit of the blood cauldron glanced at Xiao He and rubbed its eyes. It immediately recognized Xiao He's figure. Its legs went soft, and it almost fell to the ground. Xiao He did not pay attention to the spirit of the blood cauldron. It knew that since the blood cauldron was left behind 10,000 years ago, it was not strange for it to recognize it. When Zhuowen entered the profound understanding realm, in the outside world, in the Icefire Manor, which was 7 or 8 mansions away from the blood-refining manor, a jade slip was quietly handed over to the young master of the Icefire Manor, Jiang Binhan. Young master, this is a communication jade slip sent by the manor master of the blood-refining manor, Shui Hentian. It is said that this jade slip contains extremely important information, and it is the information that you are most interested in. A gray-robed old man bent over and presented a jade slip with both hands. He placed it in front of a handsome young man. This handsome young man was the young master of the Icefire Manor, Jiang Binhan, who had appeared in the southern barbarian lands last time. Oh, information that I am interested in? Could it be? Jiang Binhan's eyes slowly narrowed. Soon after, his right hand gently picked up the jade strip in the old man's hand. Soon after, his mind entered the jade strip. After checking for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Elder Fong, prepare a chaos shuttle and bring 5 guards to the blood-refining manor. But remember, do not make a big fuss. This time, we will go light, Jiang Binhan said in a deep voice. Elder Fong was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. He cupped his hands and said, "This old servant understands." Thus, Jiang Binhan secretly left the Icefire family with Elder Fong and his 5 personal guards. Time flew by, and another month passed. On this day, in the blood cauldron, Zhuowen's body, which was surrounded by the laws of heaven and earth, suddenly surged with an even more terrifying aura. This aura was like a giant rock soaring and rising continuously. Xiao He's small eyes suddenly narrowed. He grinned and said, "The mystic comprehending state has allowed this kid to advance again." At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth around Zhuowen slowly dissipated. He opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the aura in his body was several times stronger than before. Yang Sky Saint stage. Zhuowen clenched his fist. He could feel the saint energy in his dantian that was several times stronger than before. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Because of the slaughtering finger of Acheron, you entered the Epiphany realm. Then you attracted the laws of heaven and earth and entered the mystic comprehending state from the Epiphany realm, Xiao He said with a faint smile. Zhuowen nodded and revealed a look of realization. After thinking carefully, he recalled what had happened before. However, when Zhuowen recalled how the Tsang Dragon Taoist master fought against the endless heavenly worm clones, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Xiao He and said, "Xiao He, back then, you said that I would know about the catastrophe from 10,000 years ago when I entered the Central Plains. Now that I've entered the Central Plains, shouldn't you tell me what happened back then?" Xiao He's eyes flashed and asked, "You really want to know?" Zhuowen nodded seriously. Xiao He sighed and said, "It's a long story. In fact, the catastrophe is inseparable from the heavenly worm. The heavenly worm has an extremely terrifying reproductive ability. As long as its main body is not destroyed, it can create endless clones. Chapter 1638. Demon Revealing Mirror. It's that simple? Is Skyworm really that terrifying? Zhuowen stared deeply at Xiaohe and asked indifferently. Xiaohe had said that Skyworm was only a part of the catastrophe. Zhuowen did not believe that Skyworm was the cause of all the catastrophes. After all, even gods had died in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. No matter how powerful Skyworm was, could it be capable of killing godhood experts? Xiao He gently sighed when he saw Zhuowen's gaze gradually sharpen. Aside from Skyworm, there is indeed an even more terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. However, I actually don't know much about what kind of existence that mastermind is. You don't know much about it either? Didn't you take part in the war 10,000 years ago? You still don't know who the mastermind behind that battle is? Zhuowen frowned slightly. However, Blackie shook his head and said, "Back then, this dragon master was only a celestial sage existence. At that time, although the celestial sage was a supreme expert compared to a god state expert, it could be said to be insignificant. The ones who truly fought against the mastermind back then were several powerful godhood experts from the heavenly armor continent. No one knows the outcome of that battle. All we know is that after the battle, the godhood experts of the heavenly armor continent either vanished or died. The mastermind never appeared again. Although Skyworm's catastrophe was terrifying, it was sealed away in the end and handed over to the chaotic temple to suppress. With that, Xiaohe looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. He said, "If you really want to know the truth behind the catastrophe, perhaps the chaotic temple will have relevant records. However, these records are definitely secrets of the chaotic temple. It's unlikely that an outsider like you can obtain them." Zhuowen's gaze became rather complicated when he heard Xiaohe's words. He could glean a lot of information from Xiaohe's words. The catastrophe 10,000 years ago was not as simple as Zhuowen had imagined. Moreover, there were several experts in the divine transformation realm on the heavenly armor continent at that time. This was beyond Zhuowen's expectations. Looks like one of the deity realm experts is buried in the god's tomb in the Nether Corpse Extremis, right? Zhuowen muttered to himself with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Brat, you must make a trip to the Primal Chaos Temple. Putting aside the truth behind the calamity 10,000 years ago, the Primal Chaos Temple is probably the only place where your little lover can find a saint immortal," Xiaohe said with its paws crossed. Zhuowen nodded. He had inherited the Baifeng Sea of Consciousness, so he naturally knew how to get to the Primal Chaos Temple. Coincidentally, the Green Lotus Mansion was on the route to the Primal Chaos Temple. As he headed to the Chaotic Divine Temple, Zhuowen could pay a visit to the Bai clan in the Azure Lotus Manor. After all, he had promised the Baifeng that he would visit the Bai clan and return the items the Baifeng had left behind. "Senior, how long can I stay here?" Zhuowen suddenly asked the Blood Cauldron's spirit. At this moment, the Blood Cauldron's spirit's attitude was much better than before. It hurriedly said, "Little friend, you can stay as long as you want. The reason I opened the entrance to the Blood Refinement Divine Pond was to vent the resentment in my body. Since the resentment has been expelled, I won't open the Blood Refinement Divine Pond in the future. Little friend, you'll be the last person to enter the Blood Refinement Divine Pond. Since you're the last person, you can stay as long as you want," the Blood Cauldron spirit said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists together and said, "Thank you, Senior." With that, Zhuowen jumped into the blood pool again without any hesitation. The blood chi in the blood pool was extremely dense. He had just advanced to the Yang Sky Saint stage, so he could use the blood qi to consolidate his foundation. Seeing Zhuowen's impolite behavior, the blood cauldron's spirit's face twitched. He had not expected Zhuowen to be so impolite. However, when he thought of the first mountain god's terrifying gaze, and the fact that Zhuowen had helped him expel the resentment in his body, the blood cauldron's spirit did not say anything. The gold lightning body quenching slurry has not been used up yet. This time, I'll wait for my saint body to absorb all of the gold lightning body quenching slurry before I go out. Inside the blood pool, Zhuowen waved his right hand and separated the greater success saint physique from his body. He then took out the remaining golden lightning body tempering slurry and gave it to the greater success saint physique's clone. Then, he calmly absorbed the blood force and consolidated his cultivation. Although the blood qi in the blood refinement divine pool was very powerful, Zhuowen realized that after he had used the blood qi to advance to the heavenly saint realm, his body seemed to have developed some kind of resistance to the blood qi. The surging blood qi was not as easy to absorb and transform into saint power as it was at the beginning. However, Zhuowen did not care. This time, he had relied on the blood refinement divine pool to advance from the shattering profound saint realm to the heavenly Yin saint realm. Because he had entered the profound saint realm, he had advanced to the heavenly sun saint realm in one fell swoop. In the heavenly saint realm, he had been able to advance by 2 small realms. This kind of advancement speed was already very fast. If he did not polish and consolidate it properly, Zhuowen was afraid that his foundation would be unstable. The purpose of him entering the blood pool was not to increase his own saint energy to raise his cultivation base. Instead, it was to consolidate his current cultivation base. At the same time, Zhuowen waved his right hand and summoned Long Tian. Before Zhuowen had entered the clouds of resentment, he had already summoned Long Tian into the Azure Dragon Palace. Lord Longwen, this is the blood refinement divine pool. Long Tian looked around and could not help but exclaim, "Yes, this blood refinement divine pool is full of blood energy. You should also soak in it. Your cultivation has reached the pure profound saint realm. After soaking in this blood pool, you should be able to reach the peak of the shattering profound saint realm," Zhuowen said as he nodded. The blood cauldron's spirit's mouth twitched. This Zhuowen really treated the blood refinement divine pool as his own home. He was so rude as to ask Long Tian to soak in it. Long Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He nodded and jumped into the blood refinement divine pool without any hesitation. Time gradually passed. While Zhuowen was still in the blood refinement divine pool, a group of uninvited guests had arrived in the sky above the blood refinement mansion in the outside world. Swoosh! A long rainbow instantly cut through the void and swept across the sky above the blood refinement county. This long rainbow contained an extremely terrifying aura and immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the blood refinement county. This is the Chaos Shuttle. Which big shot has come to our blood refinement mansion's blood refinement county? Many of the sharp-eyed people instantly recognized the shape of the huge shuttle in the long rainbow and couldn't help but exclaim. The Chaos Shuttle was extremely famous in the central region. It was said that this Chaos Shuttle came from the Saint Master of the Chaos Divine Temple. Its speed was almost the same as the Chaos Beast. Moreover, the Chaos Shuttle was more convenient than the Chaos Behemoth in that one did not need to buy a ticket or wait for the Chaos Behemoth at a fixed location. It could take off at any time, anywhere, and cross several prefectures to reach its destination. There was no doubt that the Chaos Shuttle was much more convenient than the Chaos Beast. The price of the Chaos Shuttle was also extremely high. It was not something that ordinary forces could afford. It was said that the price of a Chaos Shuttle was equivalent to 5 heaven-defying saint treasures. This was an extremely terrifying price. Heaven-defying saint treasures were not something that any force could afford. Moreover, an ordinary force could not afford to take out 5 of them at once. It was precisely because of the high price of the Chaos Shuttle that only major forces could afford it. Moreover, those who could use the Chaos Shuttle were undoubtedly important figures in the major forces. This was also the main reason why the other warriors in the Blood Refinement County knew that a big shot had come after recognizing the Chaos Shuttle. In the Blood Refinement Mansion's Blood Refinement Square, Xue Hentian had already arrived with Supervisor Tsongfeng, the 6 great commanders, many generals, and the higher-ups of the Blood Refinement Mansion. After the cauldron knocking incident, the Blood Refinement Square was devastated. However, with the manpower and material resources of the Blood Refinement Mansion, the Blood Refinement Square was restored to its original state. Swoosh! The Chaos Shuttle quickly arrived at the Blood Refinement Square and immediately descended vertically. The cabin of the Chaos Shuttle opened, and 7 figures walked out. The person in the lead was young. He was dressed in a white robe and was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. Beside the young man was a gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man seemed rather ordinary, but from the light that constantly flickered in his eyes, it was clear that he was extraordinary. Xue Hentian stared at the gray-robed elder and focused his gaze. He could feel a strong sense of threat from the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder was definitely a terrifying expert who had reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. Behind him were 5 personal guards in armor. The 5 personal guards' eyes were bright, and they walked like dragons and tigers. Their bodies emitted a rather powerful aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the 5 personal guards were all at the heaven-defying saint stage. However, their auras were much weaker than the gray-robed elder, Xue Hentian, and the first commander. They should be at the initial stage of the heaven-defying saint stage. Ha! Young Master Zhang's arrival really brings light to my humble Blood Refinement Mansion. Xue Hentian immediately went up to greet him with a large group of people. He bowed and laughed. Jiang Binhan smiled and said, "Mansion Master Xue, you're too kind. I'm sure Mansion Master Xue knows the purpose of my visit, right?" Xue Hentian nodded and said, "Young Master Jiang, don't worry. The person you want is in the blood cauldron. I think that person will appear soon. When that time comes, we'll capture him and let young Master Jiang deal with him." Jiang Binhan nodded imperceptibly. His gaze fell on the blood cauldron as he said nonchalantly, "If Mansion Master Xue is telling the truth, and this person is really the person I'm looking for, I won't mistreat Mansion Master Xue." Upon hearing this, Xue Hentian's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "It's true. This person was held hostage by Zhuowen for a period of time. He could sense the aura on Zhuowen's body. He was also the one who told me Mu Zhuo's true identity." Jiang Binhan took another look at Xue Mo. His eyes narrowed as he said, "The Blood Demon clan is deeply rooted in the Blood Refinement Mansion. Back then, there was only one Mansion Master. If the Blood Demon clan hadn't added fuel to the fire, I don't think Mansion Master Xue would have been able to completely overthrow the 9 Sons Lord of Heaven, right? On the other hand, the Blood Devil Chi on your body is even denser. Looks like the Blood Devil clan has placed their hopes on you. If the Blood Devil clan can really produce another Blood Immortal, then the Blood Devil clan may rise again." Xue Mo's eyes narrowed as he lowered his head. The Blood Demon clan was extremely powerful in the Blood Refinement Mansion. Even Xue Hentian had to think twice. However, in front of the Ice Fire family, They were insignificant. Shwe Mo didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan shifted his gaze and immediately asked the gray-clothed elder beside him, "Elder Fong, did you bring the demon-revealing mirror?" Chapter 1639. Exiting the cauldron, Sect Master Shwe, can I wait at the blood refinement square? Jiang Binhan cupped his hands at Shwe Hentian. His tone was polite, but it was unquestionable. Shwe Hentian's eyes flickered, but he smiled and said, "Since young Master Jiang wants to wait at the blood refinement square, I have no objections." As he spoke, Shwe Hentian clapped his hands. Immediately, a graceful maid walked over. On the elevated platform around the square, there were many tables with delicious delicacies placed on top of them. "Young Master Jiang, please take a seat." Shwe Hentian made an inviting gesture towards Jiang Binhan. Naturally, Jiang Binhan did not stand on ceremony as he led Old Fong and the rest to the table. Shwe Hentian accompanied Jiang Binhan and sat down. "The young master of the Ice and Fire clan, Jiang Binhan, is here. Zhuowen is finished." Shwe Mo shook his head. He looked at Shwe Ding with pity. He knew that once Zhuowen came out of Shwe Ding, he would be hunted down endlessly. I see that young Master Jiang cares so much about Zhuowen. According to what I know, young Master Zhuowen comes from the 4 great regions. I wonder why young Master Jiang is so obsessed with him," Shwe Hentian asked with a smile as he poured a cup of wine for Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan's eyes turned cold. Elder Fong, who was beside him, stared coldly at Shwe Hentian. Shwe Hentian's hands trembled, and he almost lost his grip on the wine jug. He knew that he had said something wrong. "Sect Master Shwe, you talk too much today." Jiang Binhan played with the wine cup and continued, "There are some things that I don't think Sect Master Shwe needs to know in detail. Zhuowen was related to the lost origin of the Ice and Fire holy symbol. Jiang Binhan naturally could not reveal it. It was the deepest secret in his heart. He knew very well that the origin of the Ice and Fire holy symbol really existed in Zhuowen's body. In that case, he would do whatever it took to get him. Jiang Binhan knew very well that if he could really find this wisp of origin, both his father and the ancestors in the family would remember him as a great merit, and his chances of inheriting the position of the family head in the future would be very high. The Ice and Fire family was a big family, and there were many geniuses in the younger generation. There were also several geniuses who were stronger than him. Jiang Binhan was at a disadvantage in terms of talent, so he could only put in a lot of effort in terms of contribution. With this huge contribution and his father's status, there would be very little obstacles for him to compete for the position of patriarch in the future. I hope this Zhuowen won't disappoint me. This time, I've even brought the demon-revealing mirror. Once this thing shines on him, I'll be able to see all his secrets. The demon-revealing mirror is especially sensitive to the aura of the holy symbol of ice fire. Jiang Binhan finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and muttered to himself. The first general, Shi Lai, who was the leader of the many generals, stared at Shwe Ding with a complicated gaze. In this commander battle, he had indeed won the position of commander. He was also the well-deserved first among all the generals, but he was not happy. This was because this time there was someone who had far surpassed him. Although this person was not a general, he had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat in terms of knocking on the Shwe Ding. He had far surpassed Shi Lai. After knocking on the Shwe Ding 20 times, he had opened the entrance to the blood-refining divine pond. I'm not willing to lose to him. If this person comes out, I'll be the first to test him. I want to wash away the shame of the commander battle with my own hands. Thinking of this, Shi Lai clenched his fists and stared at the Shwe Ding standing in the middle of the square. Time passed slowly. The blood-refining square was already heavily guarded. Xue Hentian had gathered almost all the elite forces of the blood-refining mansion in the square. Nearly 1,000 soldiers in blood-red heavy armor surrounded the blood-refining square. In an instant, the square was filled with a dense, killing aura. It was extremely terrifying. Many of the fighters in the Blood Jade County also sensed that something was wrong. Many of them gathered outside the Blood Refinement Plaza. When they saw that the Blood Refinement Plaza was heavily guarded, many of them began to discuss spiritedly. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew why Xue Hentian's sect had so many soldiers surrounding the square. There was only one reason, and that was the young man, Mu Zhuo, who had knocked on the Xue Ding 20 times and entered the blood-refining divine pond. It seems that the big shot who rode the Chaos Shuttle should be the young master of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan. Could it be that Jiang Binhan is also here for Mu Zhuo? Many people's eyes fell on Jiang Binhan, who was sitting on the table. They were all shocked. A month passed slowly. Jiang Binhan was very patient. He sat on the table and waited silently. On this day, the sun was high in the sky. Golden sunlight shone on the ground, bringing with it strands of warmth. Suddenly, the entire blood-refining square shook violently. Soon after, the Xue Ding standing in the middle of the square spewed out a terrifying blood qi. Blood qi churned, forming a circular door that was constantly rotating. The door slowly split open, and a slender figure walked out from within. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the instant this figure appeared, countless gazes gathered on this figure like lightning. There was doubt, curiosity, excitement, and anticipation. Deng! 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 The moment the figure appeared, nearly 1,000 soldiers in blood-colored heavy armor took a step forward. A terrifying, murderous aura turned into an invisible pressure that crushed down from the sky. It was as if it wanted to crush the figure. Unfortunately, this murderous aura was completely useless against this figure. With a wave of his sleeve, the murderous aura that came crashing down was completely dispersed. Jiang Binhan, who was originally sitting on the table, stared at the figure with his eyes as bright as torches. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said faintly, "You're finally out. You're the first person who could make me wait for so long." Not far away, Xue Hentian slowly stood up. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, "Mu Zhuo, get over here if you don't want to die." Zhuowen glanced at Xue Hentian and then at Jiang Binhan. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He did not expect that Jiang Binhan, the young master of the Ice-Fire family, would also come. Blood Demon. Zhuowen glanced at Blood Demon, who was not far away. This caused Blood Demon to tremble. He could feel the chilling, murderous aura in Zhuowen's eyes when he looked at him. This murderous aura made Blood Demon feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What a terrifying gaze. When did Zhuowen's gaze become so terrifying? Is he bluffing? Blood Demon's heart thumped wildly. He did not dare to look into Zhuowen's eyes. He could acutely feel that the pressure that Zhuowen gave him was much more terrifying than before he entered the blood cauldron. However, when Blood Demon looked at the thousands of heavily armored soldiers around him, as well as Xue Hentian, the generals, and the 6 great commanders, he felt a lot more at ease. Moreover, Jiang Binhan, the young master of the Ice-Fire family, was also here. Under such a heavy encirclement, it would be impossible for Mu to escape. There was no doubt that he would die. Mu Zhuo, I'm not satisfied with the blood cauldron's strike. I would like to test your strength. Use your full strength, and let me see if you are qualified to defeat me. Just when the surrounding atmosphere had frozen to an extremely strange state, A loud shout broke the strange atmosphere. Shirlai took a step forward. His speed was as fast as lightning as he charged towards Zhuowen. The moment he rushed out, he stretched out his hands. Immediately, the 4 mountains of wind, thunder, rain, and snow appeared above his head. For a moment, his power was unparalleled, like a god descending to the mortal world. Shirlai, this fellow, what is he trying to do? Xue Hentian frowned. He had not allowed Shirlai to come out. Shirlai had taken the initiative to jump out. Looking at Shirlai, who had taken the initiative to rush over, Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. He said faintly, "You don't need me to use my full strength." What a joke. Perhaps you have improved after entering the blood refinement deity pond. However, if we really fight, you might not be my match. Before you speak, you'd better weigh your own strength first. Veins popped out on Shirlai's forehead. Zhuowen's words were an insult to him, especially the indifference in Zhuowen's eyes. It was as if Zhuowen did not even take him seriously. This completely infuriated Shirlai. Rumble! With a roar, Shirlai swung his hands. The 4 mountains of wind, thunder, rain, and snow formed a line and shot towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the wind, thunder, rain, and snow to completely close in. He suddenly flipped his right hand, and the Tai Chi dragon seal suddenly appeared. Then a huge blood dragon soared into the sky and heavily collided with the 4 huge mountains. Ruthless slaughter. Zhuowen clenched his right hand and mercilessly used the 3rd dragon skill, Ruthless Slaughter. Instantly, the Ruthless Slaughter dragon shadow roared, and its body began to collapse. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted from the dragon's body and instantly engulfed the 4 mountains. Crack! The 4 mountains instantly collapsed. Shirlai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, smashing heavily onto the ground. Yang Sky Saint stage. How did this lad's cultivation break through so quickly? Xue Hentian stood up and stared at Zhuowen in shock. Rumble! Shirlai smashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he manage to crawl up. His gaze was desolate as he stared at Zhuowen's figure. In the end, he let out a bitter laugh and slowly left the blood refinement plaza. His back was bleak and lonely. Yang Sky Saint stage, the blood demon's pupils unconsciously shrank. No wonder Zhuowen's eyes gave him a strong sense of danger. This lad's cultivation had unknowingly reached the Yang Sky Saint stage. Moreover, since this lad could defeat Shirlai so easily, the blood demon knew that it would be extremely easy for Zhuowen to kill him. Thinking of this, the blood demon's eyes were filled with fear. He slowly retreated and prepared to leave this place. He did not want to face Zhuowen right now. This lad had already matured, and his strength was too terrifying. Blood demon, where do you think you're going? Zhuowen's gaze suddenly fell on the blood demon. The dense killing intent in his eyes made the blood demon's scalp tingle. He immediately took a step back and quickly retreated. Chapter 1640. Great Mountain River Diagram. Go! Xue Mo did not hesitate and immediately fled towards the outside of the square. His speed was extremely fast. Murderous intent erupted from Zhuowen's eyes. He took a step forward and chased after Xue Mo at lightning speed. You wish to kill under my watch. You are courting death. Xue Hentian's cold voice sounded. Soon after, he flicked his finger and took out his heaven-defying saint weapon, Black Dragon Blade. His figure flashed and directly intercepted Zhuowen. Jiang Binhan quietly sat on the table and glanced at Old Fong beside him. Old Fong nodded his head and immediately took out a round mirror that was the size of 2 palms. This round mirror was surrounded by a purple aura and gave off a demonic aura. Heaven and earth, all living things appear. Old Fong formed a seal with his right hand. Soon after, he pressed his finger on the demon-revealing mirror. Immediately, a purple light surged out from the mirror and swiftly shone on Zhuo Wen's body. The instant the purple glow landed on his body, a cold glow stood on Zhuo Wen's body. It was as if his entire body had been completely seen through by the purple glow, and all his secrets had been seen through. Zhuo Wen revealed a surprised and bewildered expression, and then his gaze descended onto the demon-reveal mirror in the hand of old Fong, who stood by Jiang Binhen's side. At this moment, the strand of violet light that flashed out from the demon-reveal mirror had been completely restrained. Soon after, the surface of the mirror began to fluctuate continuously, as if it was containing a certain image. The image gradually became clear. Jiang Binhan focused his eyes and immediately saw that it was a face. This face was Zhuo Wen's real face. It is indeed Zhuo Wen. Jiang Binhen's eyes narrowed slightly as the corners of his mouth lifted. Soon after, he once again looked at old Fong. The latter nodded his head and pointed at the mirror with his right hand. The image on the mirror changed once again. However, this time, the image appeared for a longer time. After the image flickered for a long time, a talisman that was a combination of ice and fire slowly appeared. Jiang Binhen's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw the ice and fire talisman. Soon after, his expression was replaced by excitement. "Put it away," Jiang Binhan said to Elder Fong. Elder Fong nodded and nimbly put away the demon-revealing mirror. He then looked towards Jiang Binhan and said, "Young master, the demon-revealing mirror should be correct. That item is on this person. Should we?" Jiang Binhan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Don't worry, this person won't be able to escape from our grasp. He's just a mere young sky saint stage cultivator. Let Shui Hentian play with him." At this moment, Jiang Binhan was in a great mood. The demon-revealing mirror had confirmed Zhuo Wen's identity, and that the thing he was looking for was on him. He was finally relieved. As for Zhuo Wen, he didn't really care. A mere young sky sacred realm was nothing in his eyes. Slowly picking up the wine on the table, Jiang Binhan took a sip and looked at the battle in the distance indifferently. At this moment, because Zhuo Wen was affected by the demon-revealing mirror, he inevitably slowed down. Shui Hentian seized the opportunity and caught up with him. "Mu Shui, die." Shui Hentian's eyes were ferocious. He slashed out with his black dragon blade, and the terrifying blade Qi transformed into a huge black dragon that pounced towards Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. The space in front of him suddenly split open, and he took a sudden step into the space, disappearing from Shui Hentian's sight. The black dragon, formed by the saber Qi, pounced on empty air. After becoming a heavenly saint, the power of laws in Zhuo Wen's body had increased greatly. The law of the void was unrivaled, and coupled with the law of explosive steps, Zhuo Wen's speed was definitely one of the best among heavenly saints. At this moment, Shui Mo had already escaped the range of the blood-refining square. When he saw Shui Hentian attack, he relaxed. He knew that Shui Hentian's cultivation was more than enough to stop Zhuo Wen. This kid's progress is too fast, but this is as far as it goes. With the elites of the blood-refining mansion and the experts of the Ice-Fire family, Zhuo Wen will definitely die. At this moment, Shui Mo had completely recovered from his earlier panic. His eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. Just as he was about to turn around and watch the battle between Zhuo Wen and Shui Hentian, a sound of breaking air suddenly appeared in front of him. How did you appear in front of me?" Shui Mo took a few steps back and looked at Zhuo Wen with a slightly shocked expression. At this moment, Zhuo Wen had appeared from the void. "You were the one who revealed my identity, right?" Zhuowen stood still and asked indifferently, "No, this has nothing to do with me." Xue Hentian guessed it. Xue Emo squeezed out an ugly smile. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense with Xue Emo. His right hand formed a claw and clawed at Xue Emo. On the surface of his claw, drops of underworld water gushed out. Blood Demon descends. Xue Emo roared and did not hesitate to use his most powerful trump card. Suddenly, a huge Blood Demon phantom stepped out from the void behind him. Its huge hand, which was the size of a praying mat, smashed down towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He stretched out his claw, and the underworld water droplets spun at high speed. The Blood Demon phantom shattered inch by inch like glass. Xue Emo spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could retreat, Zhuowen's claw reached out and grabbed his neck. Immediately, Zhuowen sealed all his meridians and kept him in the Azure Dragon Palace. From the moment Zhuowen appeared to the moment he captured Xue Emo, only 3 breaths of time had passed. It was so fast that it was like the blink of an eye. The moment Zhuowen captured Xue Hentian had already stepped on the void. His body was filled with saber chi that transformed into countless black dragons. At this moment, Zhuowen did not want to be entangled with Xue Hentian for too long. He took a step forward, and the void in front of him shattered. Immediately, he planned to step into the void and leave this place. However, the moment he stepped into the void, an ancient figure appeared at the entrance of the void. "Little friend Zhuowen, you can't leave yet. You should go back." The ancient figure looked at Zhuowen indifferently. Immediately, his right palm pierced through the void and blasted towards Zhuowen. His right palm was surrounded by a gray aura. The gray aura was very faint, but it gave Zhuowen a strong sense of danger. Slaughtering finger of the underworld. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the slaughtering finger of the underworld. 220 underworld water droplets gathered into a thin stream and circled around Zhuowen's fingertip. Then he pointed out with his finger, "Rumble!" The two collided. Immediately, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the gray aura was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It followed the old man's palm and drilled into his palm. Fortunately, the underworld water droplets were not to be trifled with. They completely blocked the gray aura. Zhuowen's face turned pale, and he retreated dozens of steps. As for the old man in front of Zhuowen, his body swayed, and he only retreated a few steps. The result of this collision was obvious. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. He naturally recognized the old man in front of him. It was the gray-robed old man beside Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan called him Elder Fong. Elder Fong was not simple. He was an expert at the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm. His strength was even stronger than Xue Hentian's. He was a terrifying existence that was only half a step away from the half-immortal realm. The moment Zhuowen retreated, Xue Hentian's saber chi swept over. Zhuowen had no choice but to explode and dodge the saber chi attack. This young man has mastered the void law. Fortunately, Elder Fong reacted in time. Otherwise, this young man might have used the void to escape. Jiang Binhan, who was sitting on the table, slowly poured a cup of wine. He stared at the battle in the sky as if he was watching a good show. Elder Fong, force him into the blood refining square. Jiang Binhan suddenly transmitted his voice to the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a stream of gray aura swept toward Zhuowen like a thin stream. After witnessing the extraordinary power of the gray aura, Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. He waved his sleeve and summoned the spirit-devouring lava river. The mighty magma stood in front of him, blocking the gray gas outside. However, the gray gas was truly impressive. It was not affected by the high temperature of the magma at all. It continuously collided with the spirit-devouring magma river, forcing Zhuo-Wen to retreat step by step. In the end, he retreated into the blood-refining square. The moment Zhuo-Wen retreated into the blood-refining square, Jiang Binhan waved his sleeve and took out a scroll. He opened the scroll against the wind, and the images in the scroll were vividly displayed on the paper. Jiang Binhan tapped on the scroll several times and chanted. The surface of the scroll suddenly burst out with an unprecedented brilliance. Then Jiang Binhan threw the scroll with his right hand. The scroll whizzed out and suddenly enlarged countless times, enveloping the blood refinement square in it. Then mountains, rivers, vast seas, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared on the scroll. These scenes were laid across the periphery of the blood refining square. They were like the most solid barrier that completely sealed Zhuo-Wen in the blood refining square. Young master, you used the great river and mountain painting to deal with him. Isn't it too wasteful? Elder Fong asked in surprise. Jiang Binhan laughed and waved his hand. It's not wasteful at all. Compared to the thing that this person has, the great river and mountain painting is nothing. We must capture this person this time. There can't be any mistakes. Elder Fong nodded in agreement. Jiang Binhan was right. Compared to the thing that Zhuo-Wen had, the great river and mountain painting was indeed nothing. The heaven-defying great river and mountain painting. Xue Henshin's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but exclaim. The great river and mountain painting was not simple. It was one of Jiang Binhan's many trump cards. It was so powerful that even a heaven-defying sage saint might not be able to escape from it for a while. This was because the great river and mountain painting was a combination of an illusion formation, a maze formation, an offensive formation, and a defensive formation. It was also inscribed with countless powerful restrictions. In addition, it had been nurtured by a heaven-defying sage saint for close to 1,000 years. This holy treasure was far more powerful than ordinary heaven-defying sage saint treasures. Xue Hentian knew very well that if he was trapped in the great river and mountain painting, he would not be able to escape without using the Nine-Yang Dao sword. However, in Xue Henshin's opinion, Jiang Binhan was making a mountain out of a molehill by using the great river and mountain painting to deal with Zhuo-Wen. However, Jiang Binhan was the young master of the ice and fire family. He was rich and imposing, so Xue Hentian naturally would not gossip. Chapter 1641. Duel at this moment. Zhuo-Wen, who was trapped in the great river and mountain painting, frowned slightly. He looked at the mountains and rivers around him and muttered, "Is this a heaven-defying saint treasure, the great river and mountain painting?" Although Zhuo-Wen was trapped inside, he could hear Jiang Binhan's voice clearly. He also knew that he was in a heaven-defying saint treasure. Moreover, from Xue Henshin's expression, Zhuo-Wen could also see that the great river and mountain painting's power was extraordinary. Thinking of this, Zhuo-Wen clenched his right hand, and the yellow spring's water droplets condensed into a yellow arrow. Then, he knocked the arrow on the bow and released it. The yellow spring's arrow shot out and blasted the mountains and rivers around him. Boom! However, what caused Zhuo-Wen's eyes to turn gloomy was that although the yellow spring's sharp arrow had shattered the mountains and rivers, more mountains and rivers appeared behind it, as if there was no end to them. This heaven-defying saint treasure is much stronger than the tile that Yang Yi gave you. Even if you use your saint body, I'm afraid you won't be able to break the great river and mountain painting. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuo-Wen's mind. Zhuo-Wen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Currently, The only thing that can break the great river and mountain painting is the first Yang Dao sword of the 9 Yang Dao sword. However, this thing can only be used by surprise. If I'm not wrong, Jiang Binhan must have an even more powerful treasure on him. Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Icefire family. He has many treasures on him. Although you're strong, there's still a gap between you and him. I advise you not to fight him head-on. Xiao He said. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know, but I've already promised Xiao Yu that I'll take Xue Henshin's life. If I can lure Xue Hentian to fight with me, I'll be able to kill him instantly with the first Yang Dao sword. Although the remaining 8 Yang Dao swords were still in Xue Henshin's hands, Zhuowen had Xiao Yu, who had the 9 Yang Dao swords. With Xiao Yu around, Xue Hentian was unable to use the 9 Yang Dao sword. Without the 9 Yang Dao sword, the power of the first Yang Dao sword was enough to kill Xue Hentian. Xiao He frowned and said, Kid, I just asked. Xiao Yu said that she still needs 3 days to completely refine the first Yang Dao sword. Only then will you be able to use the first Yang Dao sword. That's not enough time, right? I will transfer Xiao Yu to the second heaven and earth. With the flow of time there, 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. As Zhuowen spoke, his thoughts flickered. Xiao Yu and Elder Fu, who were originally in a courtyard in the Green Dragon Square, felt a flash in front of their eyes as they arrived at an unfamiliar place. The two of them were still in a state of shock. Just as they were about to ask, Zhuowen's voice rang in their minds. The two of you, this is another place in my spatial saint tool. Xiao Yu, please refine the first Yang Dao sword first. Once you're done, hand it over to me. The situation is urgent. Brother Mu, don't worry. Xiao Yu will definitely refine it as soon as possible. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Shortly after, the 9 Yang mark on her collarbone surged with fiery energy. This energy swept out like a shuttle and wrapped around the fiery red longsword in front of her, slowly refining it. Zhuowen's thoughts had just come out of the Green Dragon Hall when he saw Jiang Binhan with his hands behind his back, leading Elder Fong and 5 personal guards to the front of the great river and mountain painting. Jiang Binhan stood in the sky and looked down at Zhuowen. He said indifferently, Zhuowen, you should know why I'm looking for you, right? Previously, I let you escape in the Eastern Land. Now that you're in the Central Land, you should understand the significance of the Icefire clan, right? I, Jiang Binhan, am not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, you're also a talent. If you know what's good for you and hand over that thing, perhaps I, Jiang Binhan, will remember your merit. When the time comes, I'll recommend you to the clan and make you a guest of the clan. As soon as Jiang Binhan said this, Xue Henshin's expression changed. He stared at Zhuowen, but his heart was in turmoil. Xue Hentian wasn't someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions. From Jiang Binhan's words and actions, he had already guessed how important that thing on Zhuowen was to Jiang Binhan. Moreover, Jiang Binhan even intended to let bygones be bygones and wanted to recruit Zhuowen to become a guest of the Icefire clan. It should be known that the Icefire clan was one of the top forces in the Central Land. Many warriors in the Central Land wanted to join the Icefire clan and work for it. The main reason why so many warriors flocked to the Icefire clan was naturally the reputation of the Icefire clan. Furthermore, the Icefire clan had abundant resources. Joining the Icefire clan to cultivate was far better than being a rogue cultivator by himself. It could be said that the current conditions proposed by Jiang Binhan were extremely generous. As long as Zhuowen handed over the thing that Jiang Binhan wanted, not only would Jiang Binhan not kill him, but he would also treat him with respect. What exactly does this lad have that makes young Master Jiang so cautious? Xue Hentian frowned slightly and couldn't help but wonder. Zhuowen looked up at Jiang Binhan. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He asked timidly, "Are you serious?" Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the corners of Jiang Binhan's mouth curled up even more. However, there was some disdain in his heart. At first, he thought that Zhuowen was a person who would rather break than bend. Now that he was trapped by his great river and mountain painting, his true colors were revealed. "Of course I'm serious. My goal isn't your cheap life. Since you're sensible enough to hand it over, why would I dirty my hands to kill you? Of course, I'm fair in my rewards and punishments. You've done me a service by giving me that thing. Recommending you to join the Icefire clan is a piece of cake for me. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. I think you'd better weigh the pros and cons and think clearly." Jiang Binhan clasped his hands behind his back. His face was full of arrogance, but he was also quite magnanimous. When Zhuowen escaped from Jiang Binhan's hands in the eastern land, Jiang Binhan did not intend to pursue the matter. Moreover, Jiang Binhan was rather calm when dealing with matters now. This made Zhuowen think highly of Jiang Binhan. There was no doubt that Jiang Binhan had his own set of rules since he had been the young master of the Icefire clan for so many years. Generally speaking, this kind of person was the most terrifying. Zhuowen secretly raised his guard against Jiang Binhan. Then he suddenly pointed at Xue Hentian, who was not far away, and said to Jiang Binhan, "As the mansion master of the blood refining mansion, this man attacked me indiscriminately. He even joined forces with 8 experts in the mansion to besiege me. He's despicable and shameless." At that time, I was only at the fragmented profound Saint Realm, while the mansion master of the blood refining mansion was already at the heaven-defying Saint Realm. The gap between us was like a chasm, but the mansion master still joined forces with the experts in the mansion to besiege me. I admire his magnanimity very much. However, because of this, I've accumulated some grievances in my heart. Now that I've advanced to the Sun-Sky Saint Realm because of the blood-refining divine pond, I want to have a one-on-one fight with the mansion master of the blood-refining mansion. I'd like to see if that despicable man would dare to attack me if he faced me alone. Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of resentment as he said this. He continued, "Young Master Jiang, I've accumulated some grievances in my heart, so I'd like to exchange pointers with the mansion master first. After the exchange, I'll definitely hand that thing over to young Master Jiang with both hands." Zhuowen's words were reasonable, and there were no loopholes in them. However, Jiang Binhan frowned, and Xue Hentian was so angry that his teeth itched. Zhuowen's words were really unpleasant to hear. With his many years of experience as the mansion master, how could he endure such insults? Xue Hentian immediately cupped his hands and said to Jiang Binhan, "Young Master Jiang, since this lad has accumulated some grievances and wants to exchange pointers with me, please grant him his wish." Jiang Binhan frowned slightly and looked meaningfully at Zhuowen. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Sure, but the mansion master should stop when the exchange is over. It's best if there's no harm done to him." Xue Hentian's heart shuddered. Jiang Binhan's words were clearly meant to protect Zhuowen. He did not want him to hurt Zhuowen. Jiang Binhan's words immediately made Xue Hentian's anger rise, but he did not show it. He thought to himself, since young Master Jiang wants something from Zhuowen, I'll enter and kill Zhuowen. After that, I'll take his spirit ring and give it to young Master Jiang. At that time, this great merit will be mine. Xue Hentian secretly calculated in his heart. He nodded to Jiang Binhan cautiously and said, "Young Master Jiang, don't worry. I'll act appropriately. I hope young Master Jiang will allow me to enter the great mountain and river diagram first." Jiang Binhan nodded slightly. He formed a seal, with his right hand and muttered an incantation. Immediately after, he formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the barrier of the great mountain and river diagram. Immediately, a circular hole about the height of a person appeared on the barrier. Xue Hentian cupped his fists and stepped inside. The moment he stepped into the great mountain and river diagram, his eyes became extremely cold. A murderous intent instantly locked onto Zhuowen. Feeling the murderous intent in Xue Hentian's eyes, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Mansion Master Xue, you don't look too happy? It seems like I've spoken some facts. Mansion Master Xue isn't very happy." Xue Hentian sneered. "I alone am enough to deal with a mere young Sky Saint stage expert like you. Back then, if you hadn't used some unknown method to get the blood cauldron to help you enter the blood refinement divine pool, do you think I would have to go through so much trouble to encircle and annihilate you? You're just trash who likes to rely on external forces." "Oh, have you said enough, Mansion Master Xue? If you've said enough, then bring it on," Zhuowen said impatiently. Zhuowen's impatience immediately caused the veins on Xue Hentian's forehead to bulge. Soon after, he stomped on the ground and shot out like an arrow that had been released from a bow. His speed had soared to the limit. At the same time, Xue Hentian flicked his finger and took out the black dragon blade. Countless blade chi swept out and transformed into countless black dragon shadows. His aura was like a rainbow, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Xue Hentian used his full strength right off the bat. It seems like he didn't take my words seriously at all. Chapter 1642. 10 Dragons Blade. Intent the Great Mountain and River Diagram was Jiang Binhan's heaven-defying saint treasure. If Zhuowen was defeated, or even in life-threatening danger because he couldn't withstand Xue Hentian's attack, Jiang Binhan could use the Great Mountain and River Diagram to save Zhuowen. However, before that, he wanted to see how strong Zhuowen was. After all, the memory of Zhuowen instantly defeating Shilai was still fresh in his mind. Although Shilai's cultivation wasn't strong, he had reached the Sky Saint stage. Jiang Binhan had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Binhan for being able to defeat Shilai in an instant. Xue Hentian arrived in an instant. He swung his blade, and the shadow of a black dragon appeared. At the same time, Zhuowen felt a bewitching noise in the blade chi. The noise was decadent. The moment it entered his ears, it actually affected his mind. Fortunately, the yellow spring water droplets around Zhuowen blocked most of the noise. In addition, Zhuowen's willpower was very strong, so he instantly woke up. Seeing the shadow of the black dragon rushing over, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the spirit-devouring lava river appeared in front of him. The flowing lava river was like the strongest defense in the world, completely blocking the black dragon blade chi. 10 Dragons Blade Intent. The moment the black dragon blade chi was blocked by the spirit-devouring lava river, Xue Hentian's power didn't diminish. He raised his blade above his head and slashed down. As the blade fell, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A huge black dragon descended from the dark clouds. It was as if the blade had attracted the dragon hidden in the world. 10 Dragons Blade Intent. Isn't that Sect Master Xue's strongest move? Sect Master Xue became famous because of this killer move. The 10 Dragons Blade Intent has a total of 10 blades. Each blade is more terrifying than the previous one. Furthermore, each blade will superimpose on the power of the previous blade, causing the 10 Dragons Blade Intent to become exceptionally terrifying. The moment the Angel of Blood Hatred unleashed the 10 Dragons Blade an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Many warriors had recognized Blood Hatred Heaven's killer move. The Angel of Blood Hatred unleashing this move was undoubtedly trying to put Shuwen to death. Young lord, this Xue Hentian is a little too much. He actually turned a deaf ear to your words. Elder Fong frowned slightly. Jiang Binhan waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since these two people are in the great mountain and river diagram, they are under my control. With me here, Xue Hentian can't kill Zhuowen. Let's see how many blows this Zhuowen can take." Since Jiang Binhan said so, old Master Fong naturally had no objections. Rumble. When the first saber landed on the spirit-swallowing lava river, it immediately caused a huge tsunami. Lava soared into the sky and rolled wantonly. It looked quite terrifying. However, the spirit-devouring magma river was a heaven-defying sacred artifact after all. It was truly difficult for the saber to break through the defense of the spirit-devouring magma river. Xue Hentian also didn't expect the first saber to be effective, so the moment the first saber landed, he unleashed a second saber, then a third saber. As Xue Hentian unleashed saber after saber slash, his saber will become more and more powerful. The spirit-devouring magma river seemed to be on the verge of collapse under the increasingly powerful saber will. Zhuowen was in the spirit-devouring magma river. As Xue Hentian's saber will became stronger and stronger, he retreated step by step. He didn't fight with Xue Hentian and only focused on defense. In the eyes of the outsiders, Zhuowen didn't have the strength to fight back under Xue Hentian's attacks. It looked like a one-sided battle. It seems that the gap between the sun-sky's sacred realm and the heaven-defying sacred realm is too big. This boy is no match for Xue Hentian at all. Young lord, do you want to intervene? Elder Fong asked in a low voice. Jiang Binhan waved his hand and said, "This boy can still hold on. If I want to intervene, I naturally have to do it at the most critical moment. If Xue Hentian is about to kill Zhuowen, it will be the moment when Zhuowen is at his most desperate. If I intervene when Zhuowen is at his most desperate, what do you think he will think?" Elder Fong's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Young lord, this is a brilliant move. If young lord saves this boy at his most desperate moment, he will definitely be grateful. At that time, not only will he hand over the item, but he will also submit to young lord." Jiang Binhan raised his head slightly when he heard Elder Fong's slightly flattering words. His eyes revealed a pleased expression. The ninth saber. Xue Hentian unleashed the ninth saber. Instantly, the saber will of the first 8 saber strikes superimposed on the ninth saber, causing the power of the ninth saber to reach its peak. Whoosh! As the ninth saber strike fell, the spirit-devouring lava river surged with terrifying waves. Lava splashed everywhere, and the brilliance on the surface of the spirit-devouring lava river quickly dimmed. With a wail, it turned into a fiery red belt that wrapped around Zhuowen's waist. Xue Hentian's 10-dragon saber was indeed terrifying. The ninth saber strike had actually dimmed the spirit-devouring lava river. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the spirit-devouring lava river had only just acknowledged Zhuowen as its master. The two did not have a great tacit understanding. "Haha, die, trash." The moment he broke through the spirit-devouring lava river, Xue Hentian laughed. He raised the black dragon saber and immediately unleashed the 10th saber strike. As soon as the 10th saber strike was unleashed, the saber will of the first 9 saber strikes superimposed, causing the power of the 10th saber strike to be much more terrifying than the previous 9th saber strike. Zhuowen is finished. The 10th saber strike of Mansion Master Xue's 10-dragon saber is terrifying. It is not something a mere young Sky Saint Realm expert can withstand. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were moved and felt pity. Everyone could see that Xue Hentian had entered the Great Mountain River diagram with murderous intent. Xue Hentian's goal was to kill Zhuowen. The 10th saber strike fell slowly. Zhuowen looked up at the sky. The wind whistled, and his hair danced wildly. His gaze was extremely calm, and there was a trace of spirit in the depths of his eyes. This trace of spirit was hidden so deeply that no one could see it. Jiang Binhan, who was standing outside the Great Mountain River diagram, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He formed a seal with his right hand and chanted. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged out of the Great Mountain River diagram. The 10th saber strike was extremely fast. However, when it was about 10 meters away from Zhuowen, the surrounding mountains suddenly flew out and blocked in front of Zhuowen, blocking the terrifying 10th saber strike. Rumble! Although the power of the 10th slash was terrifying, these mountains and rivers were like weeds. Every time they were destroyed, more mountains and rivers would form, forcibly blocking the 10th slash. Master Jiang, Xue Hentian's smile froze. He could not help but look at Jiang Binhan, who was standing outside the Great Mountain River diagram. His eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Binhan looked indifferent. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed. Swoosh! One could see a dazzling light suddenly rise. Immediately, a golden ray of light flashed past within this dazzling light that was as bright as the sun. The golden rainbow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Xue Hentian. At that moment, Xue Hentian's attention was completely focused on Jiang Binhan. When he realized that something was wrong, the golden rainbow had already swept across his neck. Xue Hentian wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The golden rainbow swept across, and immediately a head soared into the sky. It flew high and then smashed onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Xue Hentian, who had turned into a headless corpse, was not dead. His limbs were still moving. The hand that held the black dragon's saber waved continuously, and waves of saber chi swept out. Die! At that moment, a figure instantly swept to the side of the headless corpse. Immediately, his right hand reached into the corpse's lower abdomen. Then, with a pinch of his sword fingers, a golden yuan dan was immediately squeezed out. Zhuowen's right hand spat out Saint Power and wrapped the golden yuan dan, sealing it. Then, he decisively took off Xue Hentian's spiritual ring. Zhuowen's series of actions were completed in a breath's time. The moment the golden rainbow chopped off Xue Hentian's head, it violently slammed into the countless mountains at the edge of the Great Mountain River diagram. Boom! The golden rainbow chopped down violently. No matter how many mountains there were in the Great Mountain River diagram, they were all annihilated into powder. Then, the golden rainbow pierced a hole in the Great Mountain River diagram. Zhuowen's right foot stomped, and like an arrow, he instantly drilled out of the hole. Immediately, he escaped into the void. Using the explosive steps law to the extreme, he directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. If Zhuowen hadn't been trapped in the Great Mountain and River diagram, he would have fled into the void. After all, the Great Mountain and River diagram had a flight restriction formation. He was trapped there and couldn't use the laws of the void at all. Zhuowen's movements were too swift, so swift that it caused everyone to fall into a daze. Even Jiang Binhan and Elder Fong missed the best opportunity to stop Zhuowen because of their absent-mindedness. Who would have thought that Zhuowen would suddenly unleash a golden rainbow and kill Xue Hentian in one fell swoop? No one would have thought that the golden rainbow could break through a heaven-defying saint treasure like the Great Mountain River diagram and bring Zhuowen out. It was such an accident, that Jiang Binhan and Fong Lao did not expect Zhuowen to escape from the Great Mountain River diagram. Therefore, they missed the best opportunity to stop Zhuowen. Zhuowen escaped just like that. That golden rainbow. Just now, could it be the first Yang Dao, sort of the 9 Yang Dao sword? Yes, it is indeed the first Yang Dao sword. Back then, Zhuowen forcibly took it from the master of Shui Mansion. However, the first Yang Dao sword was clearly incomplete. How did Zhuowen refine and control the first Yang Dao sword? Yes, logically speaking, the first Yang Dao sword is only a part of the 9 Yang Dao sword, and the core of the 9 Yang Dao sword is in the hands of the master of Shui Mansion. Even if Zhuowen took the first Yang Dao sword, it was basically impossible for him to refine and control it. However, he succeeded in controlling the first Yang Dao sword to kill the master of Shui Mansion and break open the Great Mountain River diagram. Chapter 1643. Blood. Immortal Jiang Binhan's face darkened as he said coldly, "The first Yang Dao sword of the 9 Yang Dao sword. This Shui Hentian is really something. He didn't even tell me that the first Yang Dao sword is in Zhuowen's hands. This guy deserves to die." Originally, Jiang Binhan was full of confidence and victory was within his grasp. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would have the first Yang Dao sword, causing him to fail on the verge of success. If Jiang Binhan knew that Zhuowen had the first Yang Dao sword, he would be on guard. Once he was on guard, even if Zhuowen had the first Yang Dao sword, Zhuowen would not be able to escape from his grasp. However, all of this was out of his expectations. Therefore, when Zhuowen used the first Yang Dao sword, he was so shocked that he missed the opportunity. Of course, Shui Hentian couldn't be blamed for this. The 9 Yang Dao sword was his most prized possession, and the fact that the first Yang Dao sword was forcefully snatched away by Zhuowen was already a family scandal. How could he possibly publicize it in front of Jiang Binhan? It was also because of this that Shui Hentian did not dare to use the 9 Yang Dao sword again in the battle with Zhuowen. Moreover, he did not expect that Zhuowen could control the first Yang Dao sword so freely. Clearly, he had completely refined it. The 9 Yang Dao sword was an earthly, immortal sacred artifact after all. Even when Shui Hentian obtained the 9 Yang Dao sword, it took him more than 10 years to refine the first Yang Dao sword. He did not expect Zhuowen to be able to refine and control the first Yang Dao sword in such a short time. As a result, Shui Hentian had completely lost the initiative and died due to his own carelessness. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. Young master, what should we do next? This person has mastered the law of the void and is at the Sun Sky Saint stage. His speed is one of the best in the Sky Saint stage. Even I can't catch up to him. Moreover, we lost the initiative and allowed Zhuowen to escape into the void. Now, we don't know where he went. Old Master Feng glanced at Jiang Binhan, who had a dark expression on his face. Jiang Binhan's eyes were cold as he said, "I miscalculated. This kid can actually use the first Yang sword. If I knew this beforehand, I would never have used the Great Mountain River diagram to trap this kid." Elder Fong bowed, but his heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that with Jiang Binhan's status in the Icefire family, he would have many treasures on him. Although he did not have any treasures like the earthly god's sacred artifact, he did have items that were close to the power of an earthly god's sacred artifact. If Zhuowen hadn't taken the initiative, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Jiang Binhan. Elder Fong, do you have any ideas? This kid is very slippery. He took the initiative and fled using the void laws. Now that we don't know where he is, we really don't know how to track him down. Jiang Binhan said with a frown. Old Fong bent his waist, his eyes flickering. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Didn't this kid capture the blood general alive? With Zhuowen's personality, since he didn't kill the blood general immediately, he must have some use for him. Furthermore, the blood general is a descendant of the blood demon clan. Oh, Elder Fong, what do you mean? Jiang Binhan asked, in high spirits. The blood demon clan is a clan that passes down their bloodline. They are extremely few in number, but as long as they are a member of the blood demon clan, their cultivation base is at least at the profound sage realm. Because they are an ancient saint-level creature, they will definitely become a sage in the future, even if they don't have any opportunities. Moreover, the blood demon clan attaches great importance to the descendants of their bloodline. In order to protect their descendants, they will leave a brand of blood on their descendants. This brand of blood is connected by bloodline. As long as the descendant with the brand of blood dies, the blood demon clan will definitely know. Of course, the blood demon clan can also use this brand of blood to determine the specific location of the descendant with the brand of blood, Elder Fong said slowly, with a wisp of wisdom in his eyes. Jiang Binhan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "It seems that we need to go to the headquarters of the blood demon clan." There were a total of 108 counties in the blood refining prefecture. In a remote valley hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Blood Azure County, a long rainbow flew past and landed in the valley. The moment he landed in the valley, Zhuowen found a cave and came to the entrance of the cave. Zhuowen pointed with his right finger and took out an origin crystal. He only felt relieved after he set up a powerful concealment restriction on it. Boy, when you controlled the first Yang Dao sword, why didn't you directly use it to kill Jiang Binhan? Xiao He suddenly jumped on his shoulder and asked in confusion. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Jiang Binhan is not that easy to deal with. He is the young master of the Ice Fire family. I'm afraid that he has powerful means to protect himself. Moreover, Elder Fong is not ordinary. Although I have the help of the first Yang Dao sword, and my strength has greatly increased, I dare not delay. After all, if Jiang Binhan also took out an earthly, immortal sacred artifact, I would not be able to escape even if I had wings. Upon hearing this, Xiao He nodded in agreement. The Ice Fire family was a superpower in the central region and had a strong foundation. Jiang Binhan would not be easy to deal with. Zhuowen indeed did not need to deal with Jiang Binhan. Xiao He, when I caught the blood demon, I wanted to kill him. However, you suddenly stopped me. What happened? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Previously, when he had captured the blood devil, his original intention had been to directly kill the blood devil to prevent future troubles. This blood devil was sinister, cunning, and capricious. Moreover, he was extremely familiar with Zhuo Wen's aura. This was a huge disaster for Zhuowen. However, Xiao He stopped him. Although he was puzzled, he trusted Xiao He and did as he was told. Now that he was out of danger, he naturally wanted to know the reason. This blood demon has the bloodline of the ancient blood demon. You should know that the ancient blood demons are very terrifying. Their strength is basically above the celestial sage realm. They are an extremely terrifying race. Since this blood demon has the bloodline of the ancient blood demon, he has a chance to become a celestial sage, Xiao He explained. Ancient blood demon? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and continued, What do you mean? I have a secret skill to refine the blood immortal. The main ingredient of this secret skill is the blood demon. The blood demon of the ancient blood demon's bloodline is the best. Back then, the blood demon was too strong and you were too weak. Later on, you let the blood demon go, so I did not mention this secret skill. However, now that your cultivation has unknowingly reached the sun-sky saint realm and your strength has far surpassed the blood demon, the blood immortal technique is more suitable for you. Moreover, you can also control the blood immortal, Xiao He said. Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Blood immortal? What's that?" "It's a puppet that is as strong as a celestial saint," Xiao He said lightly. "What? A puppet that is as strong as a celestial saint? That terrifying? In other words, if I refine the blood demon into a blood immortal, I will have a celestial saint-level assistant?" Zhuowen said in disbelief. Blackie glanced at Zhuowen and sneered. "You think too much. That's what the introduction of the blood immortal secret skill says. But the premise is that the blood immortal you capture must be at least at the level of the heaven-defying saint realm. And whether or not you can create a blood immortal of the immortal saint realm, there's a high chance of failure. The blood demon you captured has the ancient blood demon's bloodline, although it is only at the sun-sky saint realm. I think if you use the blood immortal secret skill, you should be able to create a heaven-defying saint realm blood immortal. Of course, there is also a high chance that you can create a blood immortal that is as strong as a half immortal. Moreover, because this blood demon has the ancient blood demon's bloodline, it is very malleable. In the future, if you can obtain precious materials or the blood of experts, you can definitely increase the strength of the blood immortal. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and revealed a look of understanding. Let's put the matter of the blood immortal aside for now. Before that, let me take a look at this Xue Hen Tian spirit ring. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a spirit ring. Because Xue Hen Tian was dead, Zhuowen did not spend much effort to open the spirit ring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the spirit ring was opened, 8 golden lights suddenly swept out like 8 blazing suns. The rest of the 9-yang Dao sword. Zhuowen's eyes were shining as he murmured in a low voice. The 8 Dao swords quietly floated in front of Zhuowen. It was extremely quiet, and Zhuowen continued to check the contents of the spirit ring. The spirit ring stored a shocking amount of supreme-grade spiritual stones. In addition, there were a few sacred weapons and some small items. After putting everything in the Xue Hen Tian spirit ring into his own spirit ring, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Master Mu, Brother Mu. The 2 of them were naturally Xiao Yu and Elder Fu. The 2 of them respectfully cupped their hands at Zhuowen. Then they were surprised to see the 8 Dao swords beside Zhuowen. 9-yang Dao sword. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim, and then her face was filled with excitement. "I have fulfilled my promise and killed Xue Hen Tian." Zhuowen pinched his right hand and took out a golden elemental core. He threw it to Elder Fu and continued, "This elemental core belongs to Xue Hen Tian. You can do whatever you want with it. 9-yang physique. No wonder my 9-yang Dao sword was ineffective against him. It turns out that you have someone with the 9-yang physique by your side, and you are Fan Anfu, the remnant of the 9-yang heavenly lord." A face appeared in the elemental core. This face was naturally Xue Hen Tian. He stared at Elder Fu and Xiao Yu in horror, and could not help but exclaim, "Xue Hen Tian, you never thought that you would have such a day, right? Back then, you were only Master's servant. If Master did not nurture and take care of you, would you be where you are today? But how did you repay Master? You actually sneak-attacked Master and took away his position as Palace Master. You are worse than a pig or a dog." Elder Fu pinched the elemental core. His face was extremely agitated and ferocious. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Finally, this day had come. "Elder Fu, can you let me deal with him? He killed my father and destroyed my family. He made us homeless for so many years. I want to kill him with my own hands," Xiao Yu suddenly said. Chapter 1644. At the pier, "Don't kill me. I'm powerless now. You can't do this to me." Xue Hentian could feel the killing intent in Xiao Yu's eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Xiao Yu ignored him and said indifferently, "When you ambushed my father back then, didn't you think that there would be retribution like this? What's the use of begging for mercy now?" As she spoke, Xiao Yu clenched her jade-like hand. The Yuan Dan instantly shattered into pieces, and the only trace of Xue Hentian in this world was completely erased. "Thank you, Lord Mu." Old Fu bowed deeply to Zhuowen. "Brother Mu, I've avenged my father's death." "Thank you." Xiao Yu was already weeping as she looked at Zhuowen and sobbed. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's only right to take someone's money and solve their problems." When he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and passed 7 of the 8 9 Dao swords to Xiao Yu. "According to the agreement, I've taken the 1st and 9th Dao sword. I'll return these 7 Dao swords to you," Zhuowen said. Xiao Yu and Old Fu looked at each other. They didn't expect Zhuowen to keep his word and only take 2 Dao swords. The two of them knew very well that with Zhuowen's strength, it would be easy for him to kill the 2 of them. If he was greedy, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take all of the 9 Dao swords for himself. However, Zhuowen kept his promise and only took 2 Dao swords. This made the 2 of them have a very good impression of Zhuowen. "Miss Xiao Yu, since you can successfully refine the 1st Dao sword, I wonder if you can refine the 9th Dao sword and use it for me?" Zhuowen gripped the 9th Dao sword tightly. He could clearly sense that there was a tenacious resistance within the sword that was preventing him from controlling it. Xiao Yu looked apologetic and said, "Brother Mu, I'm sorry. The 9th Dao sword is the most powerful one among the 9 Dao swords. Although I have the 9 Dao body, I'm too weak. I can barely refine the 1st Dao sword. As for the 9th Dao sword, I'm powerless." "I see." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment when he heard this. However, he could understand. After all, Xiao Yu was only an emperor. It was already amazing that she could refine the 1st Dao sword. "Big Brother Mu, how about this? I'll give you a copy of the 9 Suns imprint. With Big Brother Mu's strength, you are completely capable of using the 9 Suns imprint to slowly refine the 9th Dao sword. However, this will require quite a long time." Xiao Yu gritted her teeth. Her jade-like fingers suddenly tapped on the 9 Suns imprint on her collarbone. She then pulled her finger, and the 9 Suns imprint was projected. As the projection of the 9 Suns imprint appeared, the 9 Suns imprint on Xiao Yu's collarbone became much dimmer than before. Xiao Yu's face also became extremely pale. "Big Brother Mu, take this 9 Suns imprint. With this 9 Suns imprint, you are qualified to refine the 9th Dao sword." Xiao Yu tapped her finger, and the 9 Suns imprint flew out and was caught by Zhuowen. The moment the 9 Suns imprint landed on Zhuowen's palm, he could clearly feel that the resistance within the 9th Dao sword had decreased by a lot. "Miss." Old Fu's expression changed slightly as he quickly supported Xiao Yu. Staring at the 9 Suns imprint in his hand, Zhuowen was silent for a long time. Soon after, he took out 2 porcelain bottles from his spirit ring and handed them to Xiao Yu. He said, "I won't take advantage of you. Of these 2 bottles, one contains the Earth Spirit pill, and the other contains the Divine Vision pill. The Earth Spirit pill can help you break through the Emperor realm in a short period of time. As for the Divine Vision pill, it can increase your chances of becoming a martial saint by 50%. Xiao Yu took the 2 porcelain bottles. Her beautiful eyes revealed a moved expression. Soon after, she shook her head and said, "Big Brother Mu, these things are too precious. I can't accept them. You have already done me a great favor by killing Xue Hentian." Zhuowen shook his head and said, I don't like to owe people favors. You giving me a part of the Nine Sons imprint is truly precious. Having said that, Zhuowen walked towards the entrance of the cave. With a wave of his sleeve, the seal on the entrance was removed. He said in a deep voice, I am now wanted by the Ice Fire clan's young master, Jiang Binhan. It won't do you any good to have anything to do with me. Moreover, I have already settled your matter, so let's part ways here. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the entrance of the cave. In the cave, Xiao Yu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. However, there was a trace of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Miss, we can't follow him. The Ice Fire clan's young master isn't an ordinary person. We will only be a burden to him if we follow him. Now that Xue Hentian is dead, no one will investigate our identities. We can continue to live in the blood-refining residence. Old Fu sighed softly. Xiao Yu sighed and said, Old Fu, I know about this. I plan to cultivate in seclusion. This time, I must become a martial saint as soon as possible. Then, I will bring the Nine Sons Dao sword back to the Blood Jade County and take back my father's position. At the eastern border of the blood refining residence, there was a county city called Eternal Blood County. At this moment, a long rainbow swept over at lightning speed and instantly broke the silence on the streets of the Eternal Blood County. Chaos Shuttle, which big shot has come to our Eternal Blood County? Many warriors in the Eternal Blood County raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw the appearance of the Chaos Shuttle, their eyes were filled with awe. The Chaos Shuttle was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived above the Eternal Blood County. However, the Chaos Shuttle didn't slow down. It directly swept toward a huge blood tower in the center of the Eternal Blood County. Under everyone's gaze, it directly swept to the top floor of the tower. The interior of the tower was extremely vast. When the Chaos Shuttle arrived, it only occupied a small part of it. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Binhan walked out slowly with Elder Fong and 5 guards. At the end of the tower, there was a huge statue of a blood-colored beast. The statue had 2 horns, and the tips of the horns were hollowed out to form 2 seats. At this moment, there were 2 blood-red-robed figures sitting cross-legged on the 2 seats. One of them was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a middle-aged man with eyes that were sharp like swords and covered in strands of blood red. Their eyes converged on Jiang Binhan at the same time. Immediately, they jumped down and arrived in front of Jiang Binhan and the others. Young Master Jiang, you actually came to the blood refining residence in person. Sorry for not going out to meet you. The white-haired old man smiled and cupped his hands. Jiang Binhan's eyes flickered. He said lightly, Your blood demon clan knows the principle of showing off your strength temporarily. You actually hide in this small Eternal Blood County and are content to stay in a corner. The white-haired old man's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and said, Young Master Jiang, you're wrong. After all, our blood demon clan is not a human martial cultivator. Although we are blessed with unique talents, we are too few in number. Naturally, we can't act in a high-profile manner. You don't visit a temple without a cause. I think young Master Jiang must have a purpose this time, right? The middle-aged man standing beside the white-haired old man was much more straightforward. It seems that the 2 of you are quite ill-informed. You probably don't know about what happened in the Blood Jade County, right? Jiang Binhan said meaningfully. Oh, what's the matter? The white-haired old man frowned. Ha, Elder Fong, tell them. The corners of Jiang Binhan's mouth curled up into a smile. Elder Fong, who was beside him, began to slowly recount the events that had occurred in Blood Jade County. He specifically mentioned how Zhuo-Wen had captured the blood demon. The blood general was captured? That Zhuo-Wen is really bold. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with bloody light and murderous intent. Fortunately, the blood brand on the blood general's body hasn't disappeared. He should be safe. However, according to young Master Jiang, this Zhuo-Wen is cruel and merciless. It is very likely that he will kill the blood general, the middle-aged man said somewhat anxiously. Don't worry. If the two of you can sense the specific location of the blood general with the blood brand, then we can find the approximate location of Zhuo-Wen. Then we can investigate carefully. That Zhuo-Wen won't be able to escape even if he has wings, Jiang Binhan said unhurriedly. Young Master Jiang is right. The blood general has our blood brand. We can find the blood general's location through the blood brand, the white-haired old man said. Jiang Binhan said rather calmly, the two of you, my target is Zhuo-Wen, and the two of you are quite anxious about the blood general. How about one of you go with me to find that Zhuo-Wen? The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man came out and said, I'll go with young Master Jiang. The blood general is the rising star of our blood demon clan. I can't let anything happen to him. Since this Zhuo-Wen is so blind, I'll let him know the horror of the blood demon clan. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Blood Forest. Jiang Binhan raised the corner of his mouth and cupped his hands in salute. After leaving the cave, Zhuo-Wen was naturally worried about Jiang Binhan. Using the law of void and the law of explosive steps, he crossed several counties and finally came to the northernmost county called Hanming County. The reason why he chose Hanming County was not to search randomly, but because there was a wharf of chaotic beasts in Hanming County. He knew very well that he could not stay in Blood Refining Mansion any longer, although he had gotten rid of Jiang Binhan and the others. However, his intuition told him that Jiang Binhan was not that simple. The longer he stayed in Blood Refining Mansion, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, he planned to leave Blood Refining Mansion as soon as possible. The wharf in Hanming County was extremely large. It was not built by the river, but in the void thousands of feet above. In the void thousands of feet above, there was a huge white jade disk, which was tens of thousands of miles long, suspended. This white jade disk was the main part of the wharf. Zhuo-Wen turned into a long rainbow and instantly swept to the white jade disk. At this moment, there were many people coming and going on the white jade disk. In the center of the disk, there was a cylindrical building. The cylindrical building occupied a large area, and there were nearly 100 windows on the ground floor. Each window had a woman sitting in it. Chapter 1645. Ship Ticketchuan asked around and found out that the cylindrical building was the place where the tickets for the Chaos Beasts were sold. These people were all cultivators from other prefectures. Cultivators who could ride the Chaos Beasts weren't ordinary. Not to mention the expensive ticket, crossing prefectures was extremely dangerous. If one's strength wasn't enough, it was very likely that they would encounter a life and death crisis in an unfamiliar prefecture. Looking around, Zhuo-Wen found that most of the people in the long line were saints. Most of them were profound sages. Although there were far fewer heavenly saints than profound sages, there were still more than 10 of them. Seeing this, Zhuo-Wen couldn't help but sigh. The central region was indeed worthy of being called the central region. The strength of the cultivators there was much greater than that of the 4 major regions. Moreover, the price of the ship ticket was completely different. For example, the Green Lotus Prefecture that Zhuo-Wen wanted to go to was 6 prefectures away from the Blood Refining Prefecture. Therefore, the price was very high. One needed to buy a heavenly Yin Saint artifacts worth of spirit stones or other treasures. If one was going to a neighboring prefecture, the price of the ship ticket would be much lower. Zhuowen stood quietly in a line and waited silently. His mind was immersed in the Azure Dragon Hall. He had already separated the great success Saint Physique and placed it in the Azure Dragon Hall. The 9th Yang Dao sword was also placed in the Azure Dragon Hall. The 9 Yang imprint that Xiaoyu had given to Zhuowen was given to the great success Saint Physique. Zhuowen intended to use the flow of time in the second layer to allow the great success Saint Physique to successfully refine the 9th Yang Dao sword as soon as possible. However, the 9th Yang Dao sword was much more powerful than the 1st Yang Dao sword. The difficulty of refining it was also hundreds of times higher. Zhuowen was very clear that it would take a very long time to completely refine the 9th Yang Dao sword, even with the assistance of the 9 Yang imprint. Of course, even if there was a slight possibility, Zhuowen wouldn't give up so easily. As for the other clone, Zhuowen arranged for it to cultivate mental energy, hoping that it could reach the profound Saint Master realm as soon as possible. Since Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng Sea of Knowledge, he didn't have any bottlenecks when breaking through to the profound Saint Master realm. However, the mental strength of his clone was still a bit lacking. If his mental strength could reach the standard of a profound Saint Master, Zhuowen would naturally be able to become a profound Saint Master. Time slowly passed, and the line also slowly moved forward. Soon, it was Zhuowen's turn. "Where are you going?" Behind the window sat a woman with a cold expression. She glanced at Zhuowen and asked, "Green Lotus Mansion." Zhuowen replied. The cold woman frowned and immediately took out a long golden bamboo tube from the cabinet and said, "You're in luck. Our blood refinement mansion doesn't have many tickets to the Green Lotus Mansion, and this is the last one. It's due in 3 days, and the ticket price is at Een Sky Saint Artifact or a Spirit Stone or other treasure of comparable value." 3 days later, "Are there no tickets for today?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. The cold woman glanced at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "It's not like you don't know about the relationship between the Blood Refinement Mansion and the Green Lotus Mansion. The two manors rarely interact with each other, so naturally there are very few tickets to the Green Lotus Mansion. If you don't want this last ticket, you can leave." Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Since this was the last ticket, he naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, the Blood Refinement Mansion was a place of trouble for him, and he didn't want to stay there any longer. His intuition told him that if he continued to stay, it would only become more and more dangerous. "Okay, this is at Een Sky Saint Artifact. I'll buy this ticket." Zhuowen secretly transmitted his voice and immediately handed over a Saint Artifact. However, this Saint Artifact was covered by Zhuowen's Saint energy, so others couldn't see through it. The cold woman put away the Saint Artifact and looked at it a little. After finding that there was nothing wrong with it, she nodded and handed the ticket to Zhuowen. "Wait, is this a ticket to the Green Lotus Mansion? If it is, I'll take this ticket." Suddenly, a clear voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out from nearby. Soon after, a beautiful figure who was surrounded by several people slowly cut in from the back of the line. The act of cutting in line caused the cultivators behind to be extremely displeased, but no one dared to step forward. The reason was that the aura of the 4 people standing beside the beautiful figure was extremely terrifying. Their aura had far surpassed that of an ordinary quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Wen's attention was also attracted by the bell-like voice. His gaze first landed on the 4 people beside the woman, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was because the aura of the 4 people beside the woman was too vast. According to Zhuowen's judgment, the aura of the 4 people was most likely no weaker than Shui Hentian. In particular, The middle-aged man who carried a huge sword on his back among the four people gave him a strong sense of threat. Perhaps sensing Zhuo Wen's gaze, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head. A sliver of terrifying sword chi suddenly flashed through his pitch-black eyes. The sliver of sword chi was like a maggot in one's bones. It instantly passed into Zhuo Wen's eyes. A vast and sharp power burst out from the sliver of sword chi as if it wanted to blind Zhuo Wen's eyes. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned cold. The power of the yellow springs surged in his eyes. The moment the sliver of sword chi entered his eyes, it was swept away and annihilated by the power of the yellow springs. The middle-aged man's eyes were like torches as he looked at Zhuo Wen in surprise. He was a sword cultivator who specialized in sword arts. He was like a sword, so the powerful sword chi that burst out from his eyes was enough to make an ordinary quintessential saint stage cultivator extremely miserable. The young man before him only gave off the presence of a young sky saint, but he was able to withstand the sword chi from his eyes without being affected. He was not simple. The middle-aged man's actions from before naturally couldn't escape the woman's notice, especially when the woman saw that Zhuo Wen was actually completely unharmed by the middle-aged man's sword chi and remained calm and composed. A wisp of emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes. "This brother, can you transfer the ticket in your hand to this little girl? I have important matters to attend to in the Azure Lotus manner." The woman cupped her hands at Zhuo Wen in a natural and unrestrained manner. Only now did Zhuo Wen's gaze land on the woman. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. The woman's beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her beauty was enchanting. She was like a willow tree dancing in the east wind. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her teeth were like 2 rows of broken jade. The corners of her mouth were curled up in a joyful smile, but there was a glimmer of light in her bright eyes. She was truly a stunner. This woman's beauty was extremely moving, and she was even comparable to Mu Qinxue. However, the temperaments of the two were very different. Mu Qinxue was elegant and unapproachable. She was like a lotus flower that had emerged from the mud without being stained. Extremely moving. However, this woman's temperament was very different. She was natural and unrestrained, and there was a trace of luxury about her. Her behavior was dignified and elegant, just like a lady from a noble family. In particular, when this woman smiled, there was a trace of indescribable charm and gentleness in her smile, causing many cultivators in the surroundings to become infatuated. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said indifferently, "Sorry, this ticket is very important to this one, so it is inconvenient for me to sell it." As soon as these words came out, the beautiful woman's pretty face stiffened, and she said somewhat unnaturally, "This ticket should be a Skyene Saint artifact, right? This young lady is willing to pay double the price to buy the ticket in Brother's hand. If Brother still thinks it's not enough, then the Skyene Saint artifact is also negotiable." As soon as these words came out, many people in the surroundings showed surprise. They were all surprised by this woman's wealth. She actually intended to use a Skyene Saint artifact to buy a ticket to Blue Lotus Mansion. This could be described as extremely extravagant. If such a good thing fell on their heads, they would naturally agree. At the same time, some people secretly guessed the identity of this woman. Since she could so readily take out a Skyene Saint artifact to make a transaction, the force behind her was definitely not simple. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly, but he shook his head and said, "Sorry, this ticket is indeed very useful to this one, so I don't intend to trade it." Saying so, Zhuo Wen prepared to leave. Rumble. However, the instant Zhuo Wen took a step forward, a terrifying sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Zhuo Wen's eyes turned cold as he abruptly took several steps back. Soon after, the sonic boom rang out and smashed into the place where Zhuowen had been standing. Zhuowen took a closer look and discovered that it was a huge, black sword that had smashed into the ground. Zhuowen was no stranger to the sword's owner. It was the weapon of the middle-aged man with a sword on his back. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen turned around and stared at the middle-aged man sinisterly. For some reason, the middle-aged man shivered when he met Zhuowen's sinister gaze. It was as if he was looking at an extremely cold, venomous snake. However, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "Our young miss has already lowered herself enough. You definitely don't know how to appreciate kindness. If you don't want anything to happen to you, it's best you hand over the ticket. We won't take advantage of you, and we'll buy your ticket with the Empyrean Saint artifact." Zhuowen sneered and ignored the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked at the woman and said, "Are you trying to force a sale?" The woman was silent for a moment. Her jade-like hand gently lifted her hair and pushed it to the back of her head. She shook her head and said, "We're not forcing you to sell. Since you don't want to sell to us, we won't make things difficult for you." Saying so, the woman looked at the man with a sword on his back and said, "Big brother Shui Hui, let him go." The middle-aged man frowned and said in a deep voice, "Young miss, we don't know when those guys will catch up. If we miss this flight, we don't know when we'll be able to wait for another flight to Azure Lotus Mansion. This kid is only in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. What important matter could he possibly have with this ticket to Azure Lotus Mansion? Could his matter be more important than ours?" The woman shook her head and said, "Forget it. I'm not willing to force a sale. If this brother doesn't want to sell, it's useless for us to force him. Moreover, it's only a ticket, and there are 5 of us. It's useless." Chapter 1646. Refining the blood, Immortal Zhuowen glanced at the lady again. She knew the big picture. Zhuowen cupped his fists and left the pier with large strides. Since the ship to the Green Lotus Mansion would depart in 3 days, Zhuowen could wait for 3 days. He could use the time flow in the Azure Dragon Hall to study the refining method of the Blood Immortal and refine the 9th Yang Dao sword. Jiang Binhan and the others don't know where I am. It won't be easy for them to find me so quickly. I should be safe in 3 days. Zhuowen thought to himself as he walked, looking at the departing figure. The middle-aged man frowned and said in a low voice, "Miss, are we going to let him go just like that? Although there is only 1 ship ticket, it can send you back first. Our Chaos Shuttle has been destroyed by the mysterious man. You can go back to your family first and ask for reinforcements from your family. As long as our family members are here, the mysterious man won't dare to act recklessly." The lady shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. We have to think of another way. The mysterious man's goal is very clear. He wants us to stay in the blood-refining mansion forever. He not only destroyed our Chaos Shuttle, but also destroyed our connection with our family. I think if I step on the ship of the Chaos Beast, the mysterious man will be serious." The lady's beautiful eyes were calm and wise. After being chased by the mysterious man for a while, she vaguely guessed the mysterious man's real goal. He wanted them to stay in the blood-refining mansion forever. However, what she did not expect was why the mysterious person would do such a thing. Was there an unspeakable secret behind this? She also knew that the mysterious man could easily make them stay with his strength. However, the mysterious man didn't do so. Instead, he seemed to be toying with them. The mysterious man is very strong. He is at least a half-immortal, or even an earthly immortal. He also has an earthly immortal saint weapon. Ordinary forces can't send someone with such strength and background. Only one of the 9 great families can do it. The swordsman, Shui Hui, had a gloomy look in his eyes. He knew very well that only a few top forces could send out such a top expert, and the most likely was the other clans of the 9 great clans. The relationship between the 9 super clans had never been good. After all, the legend of the 9 great saint talismans being able to combine into a divine talisman had always been circulating in the Middle Plains. It was precisely because of this legend that the relationship between the 9 great holy talisman clans was extremely tense. Each clan wanted to obtain the holy talisman from the other clans and then combine them into the legendary divine talisman. Of course, not every one of the 9 great saint talisman clans had a complete saint talisman. Most of them had flaws. For example, the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman of the Ice-Fire clan had lost a trace of its origin many years ago and had become incomplete. The woman and the others were from the Wind and Thunder clan. They were passing by the Blood Refining Mansion and were planning to go to the Green Lotus Mansion. However, when they were transferring to the Wind and Thunder Mansion, they were ambushed by a mysterious person, causing the Primal Chaos Shuttle to be damaged. Speaking of which, the mysterious man was also very strange. He was very powerful. If he were to face the 5 of them directly, he could completely suppress them or even capture them. However, he did not do so. There was a deep meaning behind this. Yes, then why did the mysterious man do this? He deliberately left us in the Blood Refining Mansion. The middle-aged man with a sword on his back frowned and muttered to himself, "This man must have an ulterior motive. He destroyed our Primal Chaos Shuttle and forced us to land in the Blood Refining Mansion. However, he did not do anything to us. His intention is obvious. He wants us to stay in the Blood Refining Mansion. If we really leave the Blood Refining Mansion, this man may be serious. Therefore, it is safer for us to stay in the Blood Refining Mansion now." The woman's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. Shui Hui nodded and revealed a look of understanding. He was quite convinced. The woman's analysis was spot on. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that Miss made a wise choice not to snatch the ticket." The woman did not respond to this matter. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she looked at Chua, who had already disappeared from the platform. She thought to herself, "This person has an aura that makes me feel very close to him, causing me to not want to stand against him." Thinking of this, the woman did not want to think too much. She said to Shui Hui and the other 3 in a deep voice, "Let's stay in this county first." The person in charge of the dock was arranged by the Primal Chaos Temple. When the time comes, we will contact the person in charge of the dock. Perhaps we will have a way to contact our family. Once we contact our family, the mysterious man will not dare to stop us from returning, no matter how difficult it is to deal with him. Hearing this, Shui Hui and the other 3 nodded and left the place with the woman. Hanming County was one of the top counties in the Blood Refining Mansion. Its reputation was not inferior to that of the Blood Jade County. It was precisely because Hanming County was so big that the Primal Chaos Temple had set up a dock for the Primal Chaos Beasts. Zhuowen randomly found an inn in Hanming County and checked in. 3 days. 3 years in the second world of the Azure Dragon Palace. I wonder if the greater success Saint Physique can completely refine the 9th Yang Dao sword in 3 years. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Immediately, he grabbed with his right claw and immediately grabbed an evil man with blood-red hair and red eyes. "Zhuowen, what do you want? I have not done anything wrong to you. You can't kill me." The blood demon rolled his eyes and could not help but struggle as he shouted. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he stared at the blood demon. The blood demon trembled and his hair stood on end. The more Zhuowen acted like this, the more terrified he was. In the entire blood refining mansion, only you, blood demon, know my identity. You still want to quibble? Zhuowen smiled coldly. He clenched his right hand and grabbed the blood demon's neck. His 5 fingers contained a sharp saint power. The saint power was extremely surging. It was as if it could pierce the blood demon's neck at any time and take his life. The blood demon fell silent. Immediately, he stared at Zhuowen with a pleading look and said, "Zhuowen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the blood demon clan will know. It won't be good for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you need to cooperate with me to do something." Zhuowen changed the topic. "What is it? As long as you don't kill me, I will agree to anything you want," the blood demon said with a hopeful look. Zhuowen did not speak. He took out the Azure Dragon token and carried the blood demon to the 18th mountain in the 3rd world of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen greeted the 18th mountain god, Loz, and sat on the mountain peak. Then he waved his right hand and threw the blood demon to the side. "You asked me to check your sea of consciousness. I want to see what kind of organization your blood demon clan is. If you allow me to check, I won't kill you. Instead, I will give you a blessing." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Check my sea of consciousness." The blood demon's expression changed slightly. However, when he felt Zhuowen's sharp eyes, he fell silent and said, "Since that's the case, fine. However, you must swear that you won't kill me after you check my sea of consciousness." "I mean what I say," Zhuowen said indifferently. After he finished speaking, the blood demon sighed and relaxed his mind. Checking one's sea of consciousness was a very dangerous act. If he did not relax his mind and the other party forcefully checked it, he might become an idiot. Zhuowen pointed his sword finger at the center of the blood demon's eyebrows. Soon after, he slowly checked the blood demon's sea of consciousness. As time passed, his face became a little ugly, and his eyes were filled with coldness. After a quarter of an hour, Zhuowen formed a seal with his left hand and pointed at his right hand. Immediately, the sword finger formed by his right hand emitted an intense light. This light instantly entered the blood demon's sea of consciousness and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It pulled the blood demon's sea of consciousness out. Uffed. The blood demon spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with pain and malevolence. He shouted, "Zhuowen, what are you doing?" Zhuowen's eyes turned even colder. He ignored the blood demon and pulled his sword finger, forcibly removing the blood demon's sea of consciousness. The moment the blood demon's sea of consciousness left his body, it was as if time had stopped. A blood-red ball of light floated in Zhuowen's palm. There was a small person in the middle of the ball of light. If one looked closely, the small person's face was the blood demon's, and the blood-red ball of light was the blood demon's sea of consciousness. After the sea of consciousness was removed, the blood demon's body lost all signs of life. He fell to the ground, motionless. "Zhuowen, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me?" In the blood-red ball of light, the blood demon's sea of consciousness couldn't help but roar. Zhuowen didn't care. Instead, he summoned Xiaohe and nodded at her. Immediately, his left eye exploded with a terrifying law of fire. Then, a 9-colored flame surrounded the law of fire, gushed out, and instantly enveloped the blood demon's body. When the blood demon's sea of consciousness saw this, he couldn't help but curse. However, Zhuowen didn't care about this. The process of creating the blood immortal was very complicated. The first step was to use the heaven fire to temper the blood demon's body. It was like a sword that had been calcined in a furnace. Only after being tempered thousands of times could a sword be created that would be immortalized. The first step of the blood immortal was very similar to the sword. It was to temper the body until it was hard enough to form the embryonic form of the blood immortal. Time gradually passed. Half a year had passed. In this half a year, Zhuowen used the 9 flames karmic fire to temper the blood immortal's body day and night. The blood demon, on the other hand, would curse Zhuowen crazily every day. This made Zhuowen used to the blood demon's curses. The embryonic form should be almost done. Zhuowen flashed. With a wave of his sleeve, the 9 flames karmic fire immediately disappeared, revealing the body inside. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a charred corpse. Its entire body was pitch black, and it looked extremely miserable. Bastard Zhuowen, you will die a horrible death. How dare you turn my body into this? The blood demon was on the verge of breaking down. Looking at the charred body, he cursed even more. Whether it's real gold or fake, you will know with one look. Chapter 1647. Half immortal as the charred surface of the dried corpse continued to peel off, the bloody light became more and more terrifying. In the end, it shot up into the sky and dyed the sky of the third heaven red. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He saw that the charred surface of the dried corpse had finally fallen off, revealing a large bloody skeleton. The bloody skeleton's aura was extremely vast and terrifying. Its surface was covered with hideous bone spikes. It looked like a killing machine. I didn't expect that the blood immortal body condensed from the first step would reach the standard of the heaven-defying sacred stage. If you gather some rare materials, it won't be surprising that you can reach the half-immortal realm. Xiao He stared at the bloody skeleton and said with satisfaction. Zhuowen nodded and waved his sleeve. Immediately, he took out a lot of materials from his spirit ring. There was no lack of precious spirit herbs and strange ores. These were all resources that Zhuowen had collected or plundered over the years. The materials needed to condense the blood immortal body were not very particular. Therefore, Zhuowen took out the materials that were stored in his spirit ring but never used. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to condense the materials for a saint artifact, Zhuowen might even use a saint artifact as a material. However, this was very unrealistic. After all, a saint artifact was too hard. It was very troublesome to condense it. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't plan to choose a saint artifact. Kid, don't you still have the blood lightning in the golden thunder bamboo? Take out the blood lightning and integrate it into the blood immortal body. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen and said. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. With a flick of his finger, he took out the golden thunder bamboo. The surface of the golden thunder bamboo was covered with countless blood lightning, covering the golden color of the golden thunder bamboo. Leave the rest to me. You just need to watch the blood demon's sea of consciousness. This dragon lord has a use for the last step. As Xiao He spoke, he took control of the materials that Zhuowen took out. Of course, this included the golden thunder bamboo that was covered with blood lightning. Whoosh! Xiao He flew to the top of the blood immortal's head and spat out a ball of ink-black flame. Under Xiao He's control, the ink-black flame wrapped around the various materials in her hand and began to condense. After the condensation was completed, Xiao He merged the liquid made from these materials into the blood immortal's body. Time passed slowly. Half a year had passed. The materials that Xiao He had refined were all integrated into the blood immortal. At this moment, the blood immortal's aura had reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. Just a little bit more, and I can become a half-immortal. Black's eyes became serious as he waved his little claw and pulled out the 7 blood thunders that had fused with the golden thunder bamboo. Then he pressed them down, and the blood thunders gathered inside the blood immortal's body like rivers flowing into the ocean. Crackle! The power of the blood thunder was extremely strong. It kept surging on the surface of the blood immortal's body, but it couldn't destroy the Blood Immortal's body. This showed how strong the Blood Immortal's body was. The Blood Immortal's body is a little bit stronger than my saint body, Zhuowen murmured as he squinted his eyes. After another month, the Blood Thunder finally integrated into the Blood Immortal's body. The Blood Immortal's aura rose again. It broke through the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm and became a half-immortal. Phew, it's finally done. Although the Blood Immortal doesn't have any power of law, its principle is similar to your saint body. Its body is unparalleled in the world. With the power of the Blood Thunder on its surface, it's comparable to a half-immortal. Moreover, the Blood Demon has the bloodline of the ancient Blood Demon. It has the potential to become an immortal. Therefore, your Blood Immortal has great potential. Xiaohe let out a sigh and laughed. Looking at the Blood Immortal, who was surrounded by terrifying Blood Thunder, Zhuowen's eyes shone. He could feel the terror of the Blood Immortal. Even if Zhuowen's original body integrated with the saint body, he might not be the Blood Immortal's opponent. However, although the Blood Immortal's aura was strong, it didn't move at all. It didn't have any vitality. It was like a skeleton with a terrifying aura. There's one last step. Give me the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. Facing Zhuowen's puzzled gaze, Xiaohe spread out its little paw. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and gave the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness to Xiaohe. Hey, what do you want? Don't tell me you want to kill me? The Blood Demon's expression suddenly became nervous. Xiaohe revealed its signature cheap smile and said, "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to give you a good fortune." As it spoke, Xiaohe's claws quickly formed a seal. Immediately, a black flame swept out and enveloped the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. Then, the Blood Demon's horrified screams were heard. However, the screams became lower and lower. In the end, it became completely silent. Xiaohe waved its little paw. Immediately, the black flame dissipated and revealed the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. The Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness didn't change. However, the little person in the depths of the Sea of Consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Or it could be said that Xiaohe used some kind of secret technique to block it. Boy, imprint your consciousness on the Sea of Consciousness. When the time comes, you can use this imprint to control the Blood Immortal. Right now, the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness is the most compatible with the Blood Immortal's Sea of Consciousness. As long as you can control the Sea of Consciousness, you can control the Blood Immortal. Xiaohe said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, his right sword finger-pointed between his eyebrows. He separated a strand of consciousness and imprinted it in the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. After that, Xiaohe landed on the Blood Immortal's head and pressed the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness into the Blood Immortal's Tianling point. Boom! The moment the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness was pressed into the Blood Immortal's Tianling point, the Blood Immortal's hollow eyes suddenly burst out with an extremely strange blood flame. Around the Blood Immortal's body, waves of raging blood thunder burst out. It looked extremely terrifying and strange. Xiaohe quickly retreated and left the range of the blood thunder. Instead of being angry, his eyes were filled with joy. He said, "Looks like it's a success. Your Blood Immortal is comparable to a half-immortal. She is very powerful. If there is a chance in the future, she may become an Earth Immortal." At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were fixed on the Blood Immortal, who was surrounded by blood thunder. He could clearly feel that he had a blood connection with the Blood Immortal. As long as he used his mind, he could control the Blood Immortal. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes had a trace of understanding. He knew that the most important part of the Blood Immortal should be the Blood Demon's Sea of Consciousness. This Sea of Consciousness was the bridge and medium between him and the blood immortal. Without the blood demon's sea of consciousness, he could not control the blood immortal at all. Xiao He, the blood demon's sea of consciousness, should have fallen into a deep sleep. Will he wake up and escape my control? Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. Xiao He smiled and said, "Yes, but when the blood demon wakes up, he will not be able to escape your control, because you have left a deep imprint in his sea of consciousness. He will not be able to resist you." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Since Xiao He said so, he was relieved. The blood immortal is finished, but the 9th Yang Dao sword is still difficult to refine. Zhuowen put away the blood immortal and focused his mind on the Great Success Holy Body. He found that even though the Great Success Holy Body had the 9 sun mark in the past year, there had not been much progress in refining the 9th Yang Dao sword. Let's go out first. The 9th Yang Dao sword is much more powerful than the 1st Yang Dao sword. It is natural that it is difficult to refine. Zhuowen sighed. He immediately said goodbye to Lowe's and left the Green Dragon Palace. Sitting in the room of the inn, Zhuowen was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he said to Xiao He, "Xiao He, I'm afraid that my location has been exposed." Xiao He landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" "Because of the blood demon. Previously, I checked the memories in the blood demon's sea of consciousness. I found that the blood demon's body was imprinted with the imprint of 2 high-ranking members of the blood demon clan. Those 2 high-ranking members can use this imprint to find my location." Zhuowen looked a little helpless. He did not expect things to develop to this point. The blood demon clan still has this trick up their sleeves. With Jiang Binhan's power and intelligence, it is impossible that he does not know about this. I'm afraid that Jiang Binhan will ask the 2 leaders of the blood demon clan to find your specific location. Xiao He said with an ugly expression, "After you refined the blood demon into the blood immortal, I wonder if the imprint on the blood demon's body has been removed. If it has been removed, then everything will be easy. Otherwise, it will be difficult." Zhuowen said. Xiao He nodded. Suddenly, she transmitted her voice. "How about this? Just in case." Hearing Xiao He's idea, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately nodded and said, "This method is the safest." "Not bad." After discussing for a while, Zhuowen took out the blood immortal and left her in the room. Meanwhile, Zhuowen opened the door and left the inn. He found another inn not far away in Hanming County and stayed there. After staying in the new room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Whether the imprint on the blood immortal's body has been removed or not, we will know after testing it." Another day passed. On this day, a primal chaos shuttle suddenly flew over to Hanming County. The primal chaos shuttle was extremely fast. It directly landed in an extremely spacious square in Hanming County, attracting the attention of many warriors in Hanming County. Several people walked down from the primal chaos shuttle. The person in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was the young master of the Icefire clan, Jiang Binhan. Standing beside Jiang Binhan was the gray-clothed old man, Fong Lao, and a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. This middle-aged man was one of the 2 leaders of the blood demon clan, Shui Lin. Zhuowen, who had checked the memories of the blood demon's sea of consciousness, naturally recognized Shui Lin at a glance. Shui Lin's strength was not simple. His cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. Due to the characteristics of the blood demon clan, his battle strength was even more terrifying than a heaven-defying saint stage saint. It was said that he could fight against a half-immortal. After Jiang Binhan and the others walked down from the primal chaos shuttle, the faces of 5 people in the crowd around the square became gloomy These 5 people were the 5 people from the Wind Thunder clan that Zhuowen had met at the dock. Chapter 1648. The blood immortal shows her might Shui. Hui was extremely vigilant. He secretly transmitted his voice to the woman. Miss Jiang Binhan's arrival is too strange. Could his target be us? If so, the mysterious man was probably sent by Jiang Binhan. The woman shook her head and replied, "It shouldn't be Jiang Binhan. The mysterious man is too powerful. He's even more terrifying than Elder Fong. Although Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Icefire family, his status in the family is not as high as Jiang Zetian and Jiang Binwei. Jiang Binhan can't mobilize such a terrifying expert. The possibility of it being Jiang Binhan is very low." Hearing this, Shui Hui's eyes flickered. He asked doubtfully, "Then why did Jiang Binhan come to the blood refining mansion? And he happened to come to our Hanming County. This is too much of a coincidence." "I don't know about this." The lady shook her head and frowned. She also felt that Jiang Binhan's arrival was very coincidental. Although she could not rule out the possibility that it was an accident, she could vaguely feel that Jiang Binhan's arrival was related to the mysterious person. At this moment, Jiang Binhan turned his head to look at Xuelin beside him. He smiled and said, "Senior Xuelin, is he here?" Xuelin's bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings. Immediately, he formed a seal with his right hand. Blood qi gushed out from his fingertips and transformed into a strange pattern. The pattern was blood red in color. It spun once in the air before suddenly shooting off in a certain direction. "Right here. Young Master Jiang, follow that bloody light with me. I can sense the aura of the blood general. He's not far from here." Xuelin said to Jiang Binhan. He stepped on the ground and rushed out like a shuttle, closely following the bloody light. "Let's follow him," Jiang Binhan said. Then he led Fong Lao and the 5 personal guards and followed closely behind. Their speed was extremely fast. The people around the square naturally felt that Xuelin and the others were unusual. The moment Xuelin rushed out, they consciously made a path for him. When Xuelin, Jiang Binhan, and the others left the square, with Xuelin, the eyes of the 5 women hidden in the crowd flickered. Among them, Shui Hui said, "Young lady, you are so accurate. Jiang Binhan's target is not us." The woman nodded and said, "Let's follow them and take a look. I wonder who it is that made Jiang Binhan mobilize so many people to capture him." Since the woman had spoken, the 4 of them naturally had no objections. They nodded and secretly followed Jiang Binhan and the others. The 5 women did not attract Jiang Binhan's attention because Xuelin, Jiang Binhan, and the others had already attracted the attention of many martial artists on the street. Among them, there were some curious cultivators who followed Jiang Binhan and the others. Since the 5 women did not show any peculiarities, they naturally would not be noticed by Jiang Binhan. The blood-red light was extremely fast. It quickly stopped in front of an inn. With a swoosh, the blood-red light entered the inn and disappeared without a trace. The moment the blood-red light entered the inn, on a seat on the 2nd floor of a restaurant not far from the inn, a slender young man suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of intense coldness in his eyes. She was still found. It seems that the brand on the blood immortal was not removed at all. This person was Zhuowen. At this moment, the coldness in his eyes was extremely intense. He took a step forward and disappeared from the 2nd floor of the restaurant. "The blood general is in here." Xuelin's eyes flickered with coldness. He immediately nodded at Jiang Binhan and took a step forward and rushed into the inn. Jiang Binhan stood quietly outside the inn. He had no intention of going in. Beside him, Old Fong said in a deep voice, "Young master, are we not going in? The blood general has been captured by Zhuowen." Senior Xuelin will definitely ask for it, and may even fight with him. Let's not join in the fun for now. After the conflict between the Blood Demon clan is resolved, we will go in and settle our old score with Xuowen. Jiang Binhan said lightly. Old Fang's heart trembled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and did not say anything else. He could see that Jiang Binhan was planning to take advantage of the situation. Since the Blood General was in Xuowen's hands, with Xuowen's character, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over easily. At that time, Xuelin would most likely have a conflict with Xuowen and may even have a great battle. Xuowen possessed a part of the first Yang Dao sword, an earthly immortal sacred artifact, the 9 Yang Dao sword. Although it was only a part of the first Yang Dao sword, its power was still very impressive. It was enough to fight against the Blood Forest and even suppress it. Of course, as long as Xuelin did not die, Jiang Binhan could take the opportunity to capture Xuowen. Old Fang set up an air-restricting domain around. This time, we can't let this guy escape using the law of the void again. Jiang Binhan suddenly said to Old Fang. Yes. Old Fang cupped his hands together and leaped into the sky. Both of his hands formed a seal, and a sealing power immediately permeated the empty space around the inn. The range of the sealing power extended for several hundred meters, and coincidentally encompassed the entire area around the inn. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were flying over the inn immediately lost their balance and fell to the ground the moment they entered the inn. Air-restricting domain. Many of the surrounding warriors' faces changed slightly as they looked at this scene in horror. They immediately gathered outside the air-restricting domain and silently observed everything around the inn. They could naturally smell that there was something unusual about this place. This was especially so for the gray-clothed elder who had set up the Forbidden Sky domain. The aura on his body was extremely vast and terrifying. The moment they came into contact with him, they felt their hearts palpitate and did not dare to look him in the eye. It seems that something big has happened. The aura of these people is so terrifying. I don't know what they are planning to do in this inn. The surrounding warriors discussed animatedly. They first noticed the gray-robed elder. When the gray-robed elder respectfully returned to Jiang Binhan's side and saw the 5 personal guards behind Jiang Binhan with extremely powerful auras, their eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, the warriors in the inn also noticed the strange situation here. At the same time, they thought of the terrifying aura of the man in the blood-red robe who had rushed into the inn before and tactfully left the inn. Dear guests, what do you mean by this? This inn doesn't seem to have offended any of you, right? The shopkeeper in front of the counter hurriedly walked out and squeezed out a rather ugly smile as he looked at Jiang Binhan and the others. Jiang Binhan remained calm and said indifferently, "Shopkeeper, we are just looking for a person in your inn. You don't have to be too alarmed. After we find this person, we will leave on our own." The shopkeeper complained incessantly in his heart when he saw the gray-robed elder set up the air-restricting domain. He knew that entering his inn would likely lead to an unknown battle. Although he was furious in his heart due to the terrifying aura of Jiang Binhan and the others in front of him, the shopkeeper could only swallow his bitterness in his stomach. Rumble! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion abruptly rang out from within the inn. Soon after, the inn violently trembled. Soon after, the inn collapsed with a bang under everyone's gazes, turning into ruins. Looking at this scene, the shopkeeper's face turned ghastly pale. He continuously retreated while wailing in his heart. Swoosh! A burly figure suddenly flew out from the ruins. Jiang Binhan's eyes were piercingly cold. Soon after, he realized that the person who flew out from the ruins was none other than the leader of the Blood Devil clan, Xuelin. What happened? Shui Lin is actually in such a sorry state. Could it be that Zhuowen has become so powerful? Old Fong, stop him. The instant Shui Lin flew out, Jiang Binhan's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Old Fong, who was beside him, nodded slightly and instantly rushed out. Gray qi erupted from his hands. The instant Shui Lin was about to reach him, Old Fong's hands, which were covered in gray qi, suddenly pushed forward and pressed against Shui Lin's back. Swoosh! However, the instant Old Fong's hands made contact with Shui Lin, a terrifying blood lightning suddenly spread from Old Fong's back. It followed Old Fong's hands and spread to his entire body. Old Fong was caught off guard and was hit by the blood lightning. The power of this blood lightning was extraordinary. After circulating around his body, it directly paralyzed his entire body. Bang! The instant Old Fong was paralyzed by the blood lightning, Shui Lin's body heavily collided with Old Fong. Soon after, Old Fong was sent flying along with Shui Lin. What? This scene was a little strange in Jiang Binhan's eyes. The instant Old Fong came into contact with the blood forest, he was sent flying backwards without any ability to resist. Fortunately, Old Fong was extremely powerful. After a short period of paralysis, he twisted his right hand and the gray qi spread all over his body. He directly pressed against Shui Lin's back and completely caught Shui Lin. Senior Shui Lin, are you okay? Who put you in such a sorry state? After Old Fong caught Shui Lin, Jiang Binhan could not help but ask anxiously. Shui Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale as he said in a deep voice, "It's a monster. The strange thing is that this monster has the brand I left on the blood general. This brand cannot be transferred. This monster is a blood general. But how is that possible? How can a blood general become like this?" Speaking of this, Shui Lin's face became extremely agitated, as if he had been stimulated. His voice trembled slightly. Jiang Binhan did not understand. Just as he was about to continue asking, a roar suddenly came from the ruins in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying blood shadow swept out like lightning. Its target was Jiang Binhan. "Young master, be careful." Jiang Binhan's eyes turned cold. The 5 personal guards behind him shouted and rushed out. The aura of the heaven-defying Saint Realm was fully displayed. 5 heaven-defying Saint Realm saints as guards. Who is this young man? Chapter 1649. Elder Fong's shock. What's that? When the 5 guards' attacks were instantly destroyed, Jiang Binhan's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but step back. However, although the bloody figure destroyed the 5 attacks, it paused for a moment. Jiang Binhan finally saw the bloody figure's true face. All that was left of the blood shadow was a huge skeleton. The skeleton was blood red, and its spine, hands, legs, and skull were covered with ferocious blood-red bone spikes. Furthermore, the surroundings of these bone spikes were filled with traces of blood-red lightning. They looked powerful and strange. The moment Jiang Binhan saw the blood shadow, he couldn't help but shiver. The shape of the blood shadow was so strange and ferocious that even he couldn't help but feel disgusted. What is that? Not far away, Elder Fong also saw the appearance of the blood immortal. His expression turned serious. He could feel that the blood immortal gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This thing has the aura of a blood general. I suspect that it's a blood general. Shui Lin's body trembled. He looked at the strange-looking blood immortal with lingering fear. The blood immortal gave him a terrifying deterrent. It was as if the thing standing in front of him was a huge blood mountain. Blood general? How did the blood general of your blood demon clan become like this? Elder Fong's expression was strange, as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Shui Lin's eyes showed a trace of hatred. He said, "This must have something to do with the Zhuoan you mentioned. I don't know what despicable means that Zhuoan used to turn the blood general into this. Now, the blood general doesn't have any intelligence. It looks like a complete monster." Elder Fong's eyes narrowed. He stared at the blood immortal and said, "This monster's aura is terrifying. I'm afraid that the 5 guards won't be able to stop it. I have to return to the young master." As he spoke, Elder Fong stepped into the air. His entire body shot out like an arrow and landed beside Jiang Binhan. Awoo! The moment the blood immortal was blocked by the 5 guards, the blood immortal roared towards the sky. The bone spikes on her body spewed out extremely dense and terrifying blood lightning. In an instant, the blood immortal was enveloped by the terrifying blood lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, the blood immortal's aura skyrocketed. She stomped her foot in the air, and a ring-shaped wave of air suddenly spread out. Then, the blood immortal turned into a terrifying blood shadow and disappeared from where she stood. "Stop him!" The faces of the 5 personal guards changed slightly. They looked at each other and burst forth with their strongest power in tacit understanding. The power of the 5 people gathered together and turned into a tortoiseshell-like defensive shield in front of them. In the fight just now, the 5 of them had realized that the blood immortal was extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. They knew that if they wanted to fight her head-on, even if the 5 of them worked together, they would still be at a disadvantage. Therefore, when the blood immortal attacked again, the 5 of them tacitly chose to defend. The blood immortal was extremely fast. In an instant, she was in front of the defense of the 5 people. Then, like a killing machine, she used both her hands and feet to attack the defensive shield quickly. The ferocious bone spikes on her hands and feet also blasted the defensive shield without mercy. Every hit was able to burst out extremely terrifying blood lightning. The blood lightning bombarded like the power of the heavens. In just 3 breaths of time, countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the defense formed by the 5 personal guards. In the end, it collapsed inch by inch. Pucci! The moment the defense collapsed, the 5 personal guards spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and they flew out in 5 directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 5 personal guards flew out, 5 yellow lightning-like water droplets flew out from between the ribs of the blood immortal. They were extremely fast and flew towards the 5 personal guards who were flying out. The 5 personal guards were seriously injured, and when they were flying out, their defense was at its weakest. Therefore, they didn't even notice the 5 yellow spring water droplets. Watch out! Jiang Binhan's pupils constricted slightly, but he saw it clearly. He took a step forward, waved his sleeve, and a long saber rushed out from his sleeve. As soon as the saber came out, it was like a long river hanging in the sky. It even emitted the sound of flowing water. It sounded extremely creepy. The saber was called the Long River Saber. It was another one of Jiang Binhan's incredible saint treasures. When he was in the Eastern Land, Jiang Binhan used this saber. Its power was terrifying. Speaking of which, Jiang Binhan did have a lot of treasures. Jiang Binhan had shown 2 heaven-defying holy treasures. One was the Great Mountain River diagram, and the other was the Long River Saber in front of him. The Long River Saber was extremely fast. Before the saber reached the 5 yellow spring water droplets, the blood immortal arrived on time and blasted her palm over. Rumble! A terrifying explosion sounded. The Long River Saber, which had turned into a long river, was blasted away. The blood immortal stood still like Mount Tai. What? She blocked my Long River Saber? Jiang Binhan's face darkened. He couldn't help but take a few more steps back. The Long River Saber was an incredible saint treasure for attacking. Now it was blocked so easily by the blood immortal, which really shocked Jiang Binhan. Ah. The moment the long river saber was blocked, the 5 yellow spring water droplets had completely sunk into the 5 personal guards' foreheads. Then 5 shrill screams came out. Jiang Binhan looked at the 5 personal guards with a gloomy look. They had completely turned into 5 dried corpses in front of his eyes. "Zhuowen, where are you? What's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the guts." Jiang Binhan's eyes were spitting fire. He couldn't help but yell at the surroundings. This time, he made a mistake. He didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a terrifying blood immortal. If he knew, he wouldn't have brought so few people to encircle Zhuowen. However, the blood immortal's response was a roar. After the blood immortal slapped the long river saber away, a pair of eyes formed by blood flames coldly stared at Jiang Binhan. Then she rushed towards Jiang Binhan. "Young master, be careful. This monster's strength is probably no weaker than a half-immortal." Old Fang's gaze was extremely cautious. He waved his sleeve, and a skull scepter appeared in his right hand. There was a palm-sized skull at the top of the scepter, and wisps of grayish-black gas drifted out from the skull. It looked extremely strange. "Undead." Elder Fang snorted coldly and uttered an incantation. Suddenly, dense gray and black gas spread out from the scepter. The gas grew more and finally formed countless undead spirits. Elder Fang cultivated the law of undead. The scepter in his hand was called the Undead Scepter. It was a heaven-defying saint treasure. It contained countless undead spirits refined by Elder Fang. If all of them were released, their power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, Elder Fang released almost all of the undead spirits in the Undead Scepter to face the blood immortal. After all, Elder Fang was only at the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. Even if his strength was a bit stronger than Xue Hentian, there was still a big gap between him and a half-immortal. The blood immortal in front of him gave him too much pressure. She was comparable to a half-immortal. If he didn't use all of his strength, he wouldn't be her opponent. Countless undead spirits whizzed past and rushed toward the blood immortal. The sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling suddenly spread thousands of meters around the inn. Many warriors covered their ears and coughed out blood after hearing this terrifying sound. The 5 people from the Wind and Thunder family in the crowd looked at this scene in shock, especially the woman. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "This crimson monster's strength is terrifying. What kind of person brought such a terrifying monster here?" Shui Hui replied, "Jiang Binhan called out a person's name just now. That person's name is Zhuowen. Perhaps this monster was brought here by Zhuowen." "Zhuowen? This person's name is extremely strange. I've never heard of him in the central region. It's really strange." The woman frowned slightly. The woman basically knew all the young talents in the central region, but this was the first time she heard of Zhuowen's name. And this unknown person could bring such a terrifying monster here. Even Jiang Binhan was forced into this state by him. The blood immortal was extremely fast. She wasn't afraid of the countless undead spirits at all. She directly rushed in and tore with her claws. Suddenly, the dense fog of undead spirits around her was torn apart. Elder Fang's expression was extremely serious. His hands continuously formed seals, and the fog of undead spirits instantly rolled and drowned the blood immortal. However, the blood immortal was very familiar with it. She stretched out her claws again and was able to tear the fog apart. This made Elder Fang's expression extremely ugly. "King of the Undead." Elder Fang bit open the tip of his tongue and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood into the mist of death. Instantly, The ceaselessly surging mist of death started to ceaselessly converge towards the center, and in the end, it formed an enormous black shadow that was over 1 kilometer tall. Within the black shadow, countless undead spirits were wriggling. They had big bellies and huge bodies. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. As soon as the black shadow appeared, a huge palm was down and fiercely blasted towards the Blood Immortal. The Blood Immortal didn't want to be outdone. The blood thunder wrapped around her and turned into a blood thunder palm. She faced the sky and attacked. Boom! In an instant, the blood thunder and the fog collided. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void and spread out. Because of this, the space collapsed inch by inch. As for the buildings on the ground within a radius of dozens of miles, they were all turned into dust under the ripples of the collision. The onlooking cultivators were even more horrified as they retreated step by step, not daring to get too close to the battlefield. Whoosh! The blood thunder was like the power of the heavens. It instantly spread up the palm formed by the fog of undead spirits. The palm suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. Because of this, the black shadow retreated step by step. This made Elder Fong tremble with fear. He looked at the Blood Immortal in horror. Blood Forest, why don't you lend me a hand? This monster can only be defeated by the two of us working together. Otherwise, if he defeats us one by one, we'll be in trouble. Chapter 1650. Surprise attack. Xuelin's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he finally decided to attack. The Blood General had the ancient Blood Demon bloodline and was an important descendant of the Blood Demon clan. He had the potential to become an immortal. He couldn't let the Blood Demon clan lose him for nothing, especially when he could feel that his imprint on the Blood General was on the blood red monster in front of him. He was sure that this blood red monster was the Blood General. I must take the Blood General away. Otherwise, the Blood Demon clan will suffer a great loss. Xuelin's eyes were gloomy. He clenched his right hand and swiftly formed a blood-colored seal. Immediately, he violently smashed it against his chest. Immediately, Xuelin's body began to swell, and the clothes on his body were torn apart. Rumble! In an instant, Xuelin's body grew to hundreds of feet tall. His entire body was filled with blood qi, making him look like a horrifying blood giant. Xuelin's aura also skyrocketed. He was infinitely close to the Blood Immortal. Brother Fong, let me help you. Xuelin's current appearance was somewhat similar to the ancient blood demon. Clearly, this was a secret technique that Xuelin had inherited from the ancient blood demon. Rumble! Xuelin took a step forward and instantly swept to the side of the black shadow formed by countless dead souls. He punched out. Blood qi gushed out and rumbled toward the Blood Immortal in front of him. Bang! 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 Immediately, Xuelin and Elder Fong joined forces to fight the Blood Immortal. Although the Blood Immortal was strong enough to fight two people at once, Elder Fong and Xuelin weren't ordinary people. The Blood Immortal couldn't suppress the two for a while. The battle between the three became more and more intense. It almost reached the ninth heaven and shook the entire Hanming County. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds as blood lightning surged. Three figures shuttled through the dark clouds in the sky like gods as they continuously bombarded each other. The aftershocks from their attacks could even shatter the surrounding space into pieces. It was exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, in the general's mansion in the center of Hanming County, a long-haired man in armor looked up at the terrifying battle in the sky. His face was full of bitterness. He was the general in charge of Hanming County, but he couldn't stop the chaos in Hanming County because the strength of the three people who caused the chaos this time was too terrifying. He knew very well that if he were to interfere, he would definitely die a graveless death, because just the aftershocks of the battle between the three of them were enough to kill him. Wasn't he courting death by going up there? The blood-refining mansion is really in chaos recently. The general sighed deeply. Soon after, he slowly walked into the general's residence in a lonely manner. He knew that he could not interfere in this matter. A half-immortal monster? Where did this Zhuowen come from? The coldness in Jiang Binhan's eyes intensified. He knew very well that if Zhuowen had this monster before, he would not have escaped. Instead, he would have fought with Jiang Binhan's men. However, Zhuowen did not take it out last time. Instead, he only took it out when he found Zhuowen. This could only mean that Zhuowen had found it during this period of time, or perhaps he had refined it himself. This guy must be lurking around. I have to be careful. Jiang Binhan took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a rare calmness. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and took out the Great Mountain River diagram, which revolved around his body. Although the Great Mountain River diagram was pierced by the first Yang Dao sword, it was not damaged. Naturally, it had repaired itself long ago. At the same time, Jiang Binhan controlled the long river saber to observe the situation around him. He knew very well that two heaven-defying saint treasures might not be useful because Zhuowen had a part of the first Yang Dao sword, an earthly, immortal saint artifact. Even though the first Yang Dao sword was the weakest of the 9 long swords in the 9 Yang Dao sword, it was still far more powerful than a heaven-defying saint treasure. Jiang Binhan had to be careful. If I have no other choice, I can only use that thing. Once I use that thing, I must make Zhuowen submit. I'm sure that the trace of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's origin is on him. I must get it. Jiang Binhan thought to himself. His eyes revealed a resolute look. Jiang Binhan's series of actions naturally attracted the attention of many warriors around him, especially when they saw Jiang Binhan take out 2 heaven-defying saint treasures at once. They were all in an uproar. Heaven-defying saint treasures were not something that ordinary people could afford. Even some saints in the Sky Saint realm might not necessarily have such a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, Jiang Binhan took out 2 of them at once. It could be said that he was rich and overbearing. At the same time, many warriors around were also surprised by Jiang Binhan's cautious behavior. Could it be that there were other enemies? Jiang Binhan should be on guard against the owner of the Crimson Monster. I really want to meet someone who can make Jiang Binhan so cautious, the beautiful woman in the crowd said with interest as she lifted her hair. Time passed minute by minute. The battle between the blood immortal Elder Fong and Xue Lin was still ongoing in the sky. Moreover, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. The terrifying explosion from the sky reverberated in the entire Hanming County like a cacophony of noise. Suddenly, a shocking chill suddenly erupted from a remote corner. The moment this chill spread, many of the surrounding martial warriors felt it and shivered. Whoosh! The moment the chill appeared, a whistling sound that tore through the air suddenly swept out from the remote corner. Its speed was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. Jiang Binhan's eyes turned cold. He immediately stared at the figure that was rushing over and said coldly, "Zhuowen, you finally came out. Although the Crimson Monster you brought is indeed powerful, it has been entangled. Although you have the first Yang Dao sword, I have a treasure that can restrain the first Yang Dao sword. It's not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The chill on Zhuowen's body increased instead of decreasing. He stepped on the void, and the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. His speed increased greatly. He had used his actions to directly express his intentions, which was that he had no intention of stopping. Seeing Zhuowen's actions, Jiang Binhan's eyes were full of coldness. He said indifferently, "You forced me to do this." As he spoke, Jiang Binhan formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the long river saber turned into a long river and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't even look at the long river saber. He waved his sleeve, and the spirit-devouring lava river at his waist turned into a terrifying lava river. It completely separated the long river saber, and Zhuowen's speed didn't decrease. It's him? The moment Zhuowen appeared, the beautiful woman in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Shui Hui and the other 3 people beside her also revealed a look of surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that the person behind the scenes who had forced Jiang Binhan into such a situation was the young man they had met at the dock. Fortunately, Mrs. Wise and didn't have a conflict with this person. Otherwise, the 5 of us would really be in trouble. Shui Hui, who carried a giant sword on his back, said rather happily. Although he was also at the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm, he was only on par with Elder Fong. Elder Fong was suppressed by the Blood Immortal. If it wasn't for the help of Blood Forest, he would have been defeated. Although Shui Hui was rather proud. If he were to face the Blood Immortal, he would probably be defeated faster than Elder Fong. Once he was defeated, none of the 4 people beside him would be a match for the Blood Immortal. Thinking of the consequences, Shui Hui and the other 3 people felt a lingering fear. Only the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes were bright. She was rather curious about the origin of the young man in front of her. He was actually so powerful and had so many trump cards. The Great Mountain River diagram can't stop me. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and instantly took out the first Yang Dao sword. As soon as the first Yang Dao sword appeared, it was like a rising sun. It immediately turned into a golden light and instantly pierced through the Great Mountain River diagram. This aura is a celestial saint weapon. This guy actually has a celestial saint weapon. When the first Yang Dao sword appeared, many warriors around felt the vast and terrifying aura within it. They couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't help but be in an uproar. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes flickered. She was more knowledgeable than the others. She said in a deep voice, "The first Yang Dao sword of the 9 Yang Dao sword of the Blood Refining Mansion. This guy actually has the first Yang Dao sword. Is it the 9 Yang Dao sword of the Blood Refining Mansion? In other words, this guy has the audacity to rob the mansion guarding treasure of the Blood Refining Mansion?" Shui Hui said with his eyes wide open. "I'm afraid so. Wasn't there a rumor that the mansion master of the Blood Refining Mansion, Xue Hentian, had died? I didn't quite believe it at first, but I'm afraid I have to believe it now." The beautiful woman sighed softly. Shui Hui and the other 3 people looked at each other. Their eyes began to show respect. This guy had the first Yang Dao sword in his hand, which was enough to kill an ordinary, heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. Even if the 4 of them were to face the first Yang Dao sword, they would probably die unless they also had a treasure that could compete with the first Yang Dao sword. "Isn't Jiang Binhan finished?" Shui Hui said with a frown. The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "You underestimate Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan's cultivation might only be at the Sky Saint Realm, but he's the son of the current family master of the Ice Fire family. Although his cultivation isn't outstanding, he has many trump cards. The current family master of the Ice Fire family, Jiang Zhuomei, won't let anything happen to her son." As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the first Yang Dao sword pierced through the defense of the Great Mountain River diagram and stabbed towards Jiang Binhan's heart. The coldness in Jiang Binhan's eyes intensified. Looking at the first Yang Dao sword that was getting closer and closer, he didn't show any signs of panic. Jiang Binhan took out a damaged iron folding fan from his sleeve and opened it abruptly. Wisps of terrifying cold light burst out from the surface of the iron-folding fan, like countless hidden weapons flying out. Ding! Chapter 1651. Substandard immortal artifact. Countless sparks flew as Jiang Binhan's pupils shrank. He held the iron-folding fan in his hand and couldn't help but retreat. However, the first Yang Dao sword couldn't pierce through the damaged iron-folding fan. Get lost! Jiang Binhan roared furiously. He clenched his right hand and suddenly raised it. The first Yang Dao sword that was on the surface of the iron-folding fan was pushed aside. Soon after, a gust of black wind swept out from the iron-folding fan. The gust of black wind soared into the sky and turned into a black pillar. Even the first Yang Dao sword was pushed back by the gust of black wind. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the first Yang Dao sword returned to Zhuowen's palm like a rising sun. Zhuowen's gaze became extremely serious. He stared at the iron-folding fan in Jiang Binhan's hand and frowned slightly. Although the iron-folding fan looked damaged, it was extraordinary to be able to push back the first Yang Dao sword. Moreover, the might of the black wind that surged out from the iron-folding fan couldn't be underestimated. Zhuowen, you forced me to use this immortal artifact. Although it's a defective artifact, it's not something that your incomplete, earthly, immortal saint artifact, the first Yang Dao sword, can contend against. Jiang Binhan grinned. He stomped his right foot on the ground and soared into the sky like an arrow. Then he waved the iron-folding fan in his right hand, and the gust of black wind in the sky became even more terrifying. It swept towards Zhuowen. Whoosh! Whoosh! The gust of black wind was extremely terrifying. The surrounding space was shattered by the gust of black wind as it swept towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Substandard immortal artifact. Zhuowen's gaze became extremely serious. He had naturally heard of substandard immortal artifacts. The so-called substandard immortal artifact was a defective immortal saint artifact. It was naturally impossible for a blacksmith who forged an immortal saint artifact to have a 100% success rate during the forging process. There would always be a failed product. This kind of failed immortal saint artifact was called a substandard immortal artifact. The materials used to forge this substandard immortal artifact were exactly the same as the immortal saint artifact. It still possessed the terrifying aura of an immortal saint artifact. However, because it was a failed product, its might was far inferior to a real celestial saint artifact. Even so, it was still much stronger than a heaven-defying saint artifact. Sure enough, Jiang Binhan has a subimmortal artifact. I knew it. With his identity and Jiang Zhuomei's protection, it's impossible that he doesn't have a subimmortal artifact. The beautiful woman hidden in the crowd was not surprised when she saw Jiang Binhan take out the substandard immortal weapon. She had already expected it. Fang Lao, who was fighting with the blood immortal in the sky, also noticed Zhuowen's sudden attack. He was worried about Jiang Binhan's safety. However, when Jiang Binhan took out the iron-folding fan, a substandard celestial artifact, the worry in his heart disappeared. He knew that even if Zhuowen had the first Yang Dao sword, so what if he had the iron-folding fan? He couldn't hurt Jiang Binhan at all. Swoosh! The black wind was extremely fast. In an instant, it was in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. The first Yang Dao sword flew out of his hand. The first Yang Dao sword turned into a blazing sun. It slowly emerged and heavily bombarded the black wind. Boom, boom, boom. The black wind and the golden light kept exploding in the air. The first Yang Dao sword was a part of the 9 Yang Dao sword. In a sense, it was also a substandard celestial artifact. The first Yang Dao sword suddenly slashed out. The shadow of a blazing sun surged, and then it suddenly exploded, bursting out countless dazzling golden light. The black wind whistled and was finally annihilated by the explosion of the golden light. The first Yang Dao sword turned into a long golden light. It instantly swept across the void and pierced towards Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan was not to be outdone. He made a gesture with both hands and took out the iron folding fan. It swept into the sky and began to violently collide with the first Yang Dao sword. The aftermath of the collision of the two substandard celestial artifacts was no less than the aftermath of the Blood Immortals battlefield on the other side. The surrounding larger buildings were turned into ruins because of it. The moment the iron folding fan and the first Yang Dao sword collided, Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and a dull explosion sounded. Zhuowen swept towards Jiang Binhan below, like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast. Jiang Binhan naturally saw Zhuowen rushing towards him. His eyes were cold. With a flick of his finger, he took out a long sword that was covered with purple runes. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure, violet sword. Jiang Binhan snorted coldly. He held the violet sword in his hand and suddenly flicked it towards the sky. The countless purple runes on the long sword surged with extremely blazing purple light. Soon after, the purple light finally gathered into a terrifying sword light that soared into the sky. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure again. Jiang Binhan is simply a mobile treasure house. Not only does he have a substandard celestial artifact, but he also has 3 heaven-defying saint treasures by himself. Looking at the violet sword in Jiang Binhan's hand, Zhuowen was extremely surprised. Even he was shocked by the number of treasures Jiang Binhan had. Slaughtering finger of Netherworld. Zhuowen pointed with his right finger, and 220 drops of Netherworld water droplets were attached to his index finger. Suddenly, his index finger burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it was plated with gold. Ding! As the finger fell, Zhuowen's long hair fluttered without wind. A killing intent emerged from his body. At this moment, it was as if Zhuowen had turned into an ancient god of killing, walking step by step with endless killing intent. Ever since he comprehended the real slaughtering finger of Netherworld displayed by Taoist Xang Long at the Blood Cauldron Spirit, Zhuowen had a completely different understanding and application of the slaughtering finger of Netherworld. The power of this finger was many times stronger than the massacring finger of the Netherworld that he had used before. Rumble! The purple sword radiance was extremely fast and swept in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes rose as he pointed at the sword radiance. Immediately, there were continuous explosions in the air. As the finger fell, the purple sword radiance suddenly stopped. Then, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it immediately shattered. Whoosh! The wind whistled as Zhuowen continued to fall like a meteor. His gaze was focused on Jiang Binhan. A killing intent swept out, causing Jiang Binhan to feel a chill in his heart. A mere young Sky Saint stage cultivator can erupt with such terrifying battle strength. You're comparable to those monstrous geniuses in the central region. But now that you've met me, you're destined to die. Jiang Binhan snorted and took out a golden talisman. He held the golden talisman in his left hand and pressed it against his chest. The golden talisman instantly melted into his chest. In an instant, Jiang Binhan's aura continued to rise. 2 rays of golden light shot out of his eyes, and the tips of his hair were dyed golden. At this moment, Jiang Binhan, who should have been in the Sky Saint stage, had his aura rising steadily because of the golden talisman. Finally, he climbed to the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. A mere young Sky Saint stage cultivator. I'd like to see how you're going to fight me 2 levels above you. The corner of Jiang Binhan's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He stomped his feet, and countless cracks began to appear on the ground. Then, the ground collapsed into ruins. Jiang Binhan soared into the sky like an enraged lion. Rumble! Jiang Binhan brushed past Zhuowen in an instant. At that moment, he slashed out with his sword. His target was Zhuowen's vital point. Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of the underworld abruptly shot out, accurately landing on the tip of the violet luo sword. With a ding-dong, the violet luo sword remained unmoved, while Zhuowen was forced to retreat. "Ha ha! Your cultivation is still too low. How can you compete with me now? I won't kill you today. I'll just cripple you. That thing on you will definitely be mine." Jiang Binhan laughed wantonly. He stepped into the air and continued to attack Zhuowen with the violet sword in his hand. Bang! 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 The two of them fought again. Jiang Binhan, whose aura had skyrocketed, seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. It was as if he had endless energy. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was forced to retreat under his attacks. However, Zhuowen was extremely calm. He quietly looked at Jiang Binhan, who was like a raging lion in front of him. His eyes were cold. Zhuowen is being suppressed. He'll be defeated in less than 100 moves. Shui Hui, who was in the crowd, said in a deep voice. The beautiful woman beside him had bright eyes. Her eyes didn't fall on Jiang Binhan, but on Zhuowen's calm eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen's calmness surprised the beautiful woman. She even felt strange and a little suspicious. Maybe not. The beautiful woman looked away and murmured, "Now you can only take a beating. Zhuowen, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. Your future is destined to be in my hands." Jiang Binhan grinned and clenched his fist. He held the violet sword and slashed out. In an instant, 10 purple sword shadows appeared in front of him. Then, the 10 sword shadows quickly divided. 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, and 1,000 turned into 10,000. All that could be seen were purple sword shadows. Violet slash. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of purple sword shadows danced in the air like purple pythons, rushing towards Zhuowen and drowning him in an instant. However, the moment Zhuowen's figure was submerged, Zhuowen's cold, demon-like gaze pierced through the gap and landed on Jiang Binhan. He said calmly, "You can't control my fate." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuowen completely disappeared in the countless purple sword shadows. "Ridiculous! You're already at this stage, and you still dare to say such arrogant words." Jiang Binhan sneered, but soon his expression changed. He heard 2 air-piercing sounds coming from his left and right, sandwiching him in the middle. "Who's there?" Jiang Binhan's eyes were cold. He slashed out with the violet sword, and 2 purple sword shadows swept out. The 2 figures did not change their positions, but 2 huge mountains fell from the void behind them. The 2 huge mountains were like Mount Tai, and they directly annihilated the 2 sword lights. Boom! Boom! The 2 huge mountains didn't lose their momentum and slammed toward Jiang Binhan, trying to crush him into meat paste. Jiang Binhan didn't dare to be careless. He used his body movement and quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack of the 2 huge mountains. However, when Jiang Binhan retreated, an extremely strong aura swept toward him from behind. Chapter 1652. Ice and Fire Split, Talisman behind Jiang Binhan. A stalwart young man with golden veins all over his body rushed over with disheveled hair. The young man's eyes shone with golden light that was as sharp as a blade, and his features were clearly defined. The young man's appearance was none other than Zhuowen. However, the aura and decorations on Zhuowen's body were very different from the Zhuowen who had been enveloped by the violet sword qi. It was the clone of Zhuowen's great success, holy physique. Crouching Dragon Fist. The great success Holy Physique glanced at Jiang Binhan indifferently. He raised his right hand into a fist and punched toward Jiang Binhan. Wherever the fist passed, there were countless explosions. As soon as the fist was thrown, the air flowed backward and countless huge dragon shadows appeared. These dragon shadows submitted to Zhuowen's feet. Jiang Binhan's pupils shrank. He swung the violet sword back and placed it in front of him to block Zhuowen's fist. Crackle! The punch landed on the violet sword, and a series of firecracker-like, muffled noises were heard. Jiang Binhan groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He was forced into the gap between the two huge mountains that were squeezing him. Rumble! The two huge mountains arrived as expected and pressed toward Jiang Binhan, who was in the middle. Jiang Binhan's face turned ugly as he roared. He twisted his right hand and slashed out with the violet sword. A purple ring of sword chi spread out in all directions and slammed into the two mountains. However, it only made the two mountains tremble. It couldn't break them at all. Jiang Binhan's face darkened when he realized this. At this moment, the great success Holy Physique stepped into the void step by step. He grabbed the void with his palm, and a terrifying force surged around his palm. The force condensed into an even more terrifying and shocking palm. Rumble! The earth-shattering palm pressed down and reached Jiang Binhan in an instant. Jiang Binhan, who was sandwiched between the two huge mountains, had nowhere to run. He could only brace himself to resist the shocking palm. Bang! As the palm fell, Jiang Binhan felt that there was a huge mountain pressing down on his hands. The power of the great success Holy Physique was too terrifying. Even though Jiang Binhan had forced his aura to the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage, he still felt powerless in the face of this mighty power. Kacha! A crisp sound of bones cracking was heard. Jiang Binhan's sword-wielding right hand began to distort irregularly under the tremendous force. The aura on Jiang Binhan's body began to recede slowly like a tide. Jiang Binhan was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Rumble! An explosion was heard, and the countless sword silhouettes not far away were shattered. 4 huge Buddha silhouettes appeared from within. The 4 Buddha silhouettes bowed to the sky, and a terrifying Buddha's might came crashing down, completely destroying the surrounding sword silhouettes. The sword shadows shattered, and the 4 Buddha shadows turned into 4 rays of golden light and disappeared into the Buddha demon eye between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Whoosh! After Zhuowen escaped, the great success Saint Physique stepped into the void and merged with Zhuowen's body. Then Zhuowen grabbed the violet sword and threw it into the spirit ring. He descended from the sky and landed not far from Jiang Binhan. At this moment, Jiang Binhan had already struggled to stand up. When he saw Zhuowen coming, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and he could not help but step back. At the same time, due to Jiang Binhan's defeat, the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram had lost their spirituality. They were destroyed by the spirit-devouring lava river in one fell swoop. Then, the spirit-devouring lava river suddenly rolled up the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram to Zhuowen. Zhuowen patted the spirit-devouring lava river to show his appreciation. Then, he openly put away the long river blade and the great mountain and river diagram in front of Jiang Binhan. Looking at this scene, the corners of Jiang Binhan's eyes twitched violently. He roared, and suddenly the iron folding fan that was fighting with the first Yang Dao sword turned into a gust of black wind and quickly returned to Jiang Binhan's hand. Zhuowen did not stop Jiang Binhan's actions. After putting away the first Yang Dao sword, he said calmly, "Young Master Jiang, we have no enmity between us. Don't you think it's rude of you to come looking for me so many times?" Jiang Binhan's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "This time, I miscalculated. I really did not expect that you, who came from the four great regions, would have so many trump cards. This time, I am truly convinced of my defeat. However, don't you know why I came looking for you?" Zhuowen's right hand froze. Then he said expressionlessly, "Young Master Jiang, I really do not know what you are talking about." Jiang Binhan snorted coldly and said through voice transmission, "I think you should know about the ice-fire holy symbol. You have a strand of the ice-fire holy symbol's origin that my ice-fire family lost back then. This thing is not something that you can possess. If you do not want to be killed, I think you should wisely hand it over." Zhuowen fell silent. He stared at Jiang Binhan, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He had already guessed when Jiang Binhan was tracking him. However, now that Jiang Binhan had suddenly spoken, his guess was completely confirmed. His killing intent rose like a volcanic eruption, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Binhan was the first to bear the brunt of Zhuowen's attack. Naturally, he could clearly sense the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes. Vigilance filled his eyes as he coldly said, "You are the first person who has dared to kill me in so many years. The Ice Fire clan is one of the 9 great Saint Symbol clans. That thing will only burn your hands if it is on you. I think you are a wise person. Handing it over to me is the best choice." Zhuowen remained silent. He walked towards Jiang Binhan step by step, and the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. "You are courting death." Jiang Binhan's eyes were filled with hatred. He had already explained the stakes in detail, but Zhuowen still did as he pleased and still wanted to kill him. After speaking, Jiang Binhan took out another talisman. However, this talisman was very different from the golden talisman he had taken out before. The surface was red and blue, and the 2 colors were on the left and right sides of the talisman. Zhuowen suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the talisman in Jiang Binhan's hand. He felt a strong sense of danger from the talisman, as if the talisman was a ferocious beast that could devour him. Master's Icefire Doppelganger Talisman. Elder Fong, who was originally trembling with the blood immortal, also felt that the atmosphere on Jiang Binhan's side was not right. When he saw Jiang Binhan take out the red and blue talisman, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "I must get that thing back, no matter the cost." Jiang Binhan's eyes were filled with madness. He immediately crushed the talisman. Then a surge of ice energy and fire energy suddenly rushed out. Immediately, the 2 energies intertwined and began to wriggle and combine. A heaven-like pressure exploded from the 2 intertwined energies. The moment Zhuowen felt this terrifying aura, he actually smelled the scent of death. This aura was far beyond what he could endure. "Zhuowen, run. This is a doppelganger talisman of the celestial saint level. Once it comes out, it is not something you can fight against. Run now." In the sea of consciousness, Xiaohe roared passionately. Even without Xiaohe's reminder, Zhuowen knew what to do now. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately put the blood immortal, who was fighting with Elder Fong and Blood Forest, into the spiritual ring. Then Zhuowen immediately used the law of the void and directly disappeared into the void. Not long after Zhuowen left, the intertwined energies of ice and fire finally stopped wriggling. Then a middle-aged man in a long robe and a feathered crown appeared. This middle-aged man's entire body was formed by the combination of ice and fire energy. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Jiang Binhan. This ice-fire doppelganger talisman was given to Jiang Binhan by the current master of the ice-fire family, Jiang Zhuomei. It was branded with a part of Jiang Zhuomei's power, but it did not have much intelligence. It would only follow Jiang Binhan's orders. Take me with you. Chase after that person. We must catch him. Just don't kill him, Jiang Binhan said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and immediately lifted Jiang Binhan up. Then, with a stroke of his right hand, he immediately opened the void and stepped into the void passageway. The middle-aged man did not master the law of the void. However, his strength was strong enough so he could walk and run in the void passageway. Of course, warriors of the same level who had mastered the law of the void would naturally be much faster than the middle-aged man in the void passageway. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was not at the same level as the doppelganger. Even though Zhuowen had mastered the law of the void and could come and go freely in the void passageway, he did not have the slightest advantage in front of the doppelganger. Young Master has used the Ice-Fire Doppelganger Talisman. Then it is inevitable that we will catch this person. Elder Fong's eyes flickered, and his anxious heart calmed down as he muttered to himself. Standing beside him, Blood Forest's eyes flickered, but he did not interrupt. Miss, where are you going? In the crowd, Shui Hui saw the beautiful woman take out a compass and could not help but ask, I need to follow him and take a look. Coincidentally, I have the Thunder Compass with me, which can allow me to travel quickly in the void passageway, the beautiful woman said faintly. Miss, why are you following him? If you are discovered by Jiang Binhan, what will you do? Jiang Binhan is not a good person. Moreover, he has taken out the Ice-Fire Doppelganger Talisman. If you are discovered, you will be powerless to resist. Shui Hui quickly stopped her. The beautiful woman tucked her drooping hair behind her ear and said, Zhuowen's aura gives me a completely different feeling. I have to go and take a look. Shui Hui, you can't stop me. Having said that, the beautiful woman formed a seal with her jade-like hand. A trace of lightning condensed from her fingertip and pointed at the thunder compass. In an instant, countless thunderbolts swept out. Then, the beautiful woman stepped on the thunder compass. The thunder compass flickered and entered the void, disappearing in an instant. Seeing the beautiful figure disappear, Shui Hui and the other three looked at each other and stared at each other. Chapter 1653. Interception Zhua, when took explosive steps in the dark void passageway. Like a rainbow, he shot through the passageway. However, his eyes were extremely cold and sinister. This was because the terrifying doppelganger was carrying Jiang Binhan a few thousand meters behind the void passage. This doppelganger should be a doppelganger of an earth immortal sage. Moreover, it's a doppelganger condensed from the energy of ice and fire. Although its strength might only be 1% of its original strength, it's still stronger than a half-immortal. It's unwise for you to fight it head-on now. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Hei's eyes were extremely cautious. This Jiang Binhan sure has a lot of treasures on him. 3 heaven-defying sacred treasures, 1 substandard immortal artifact. And now, he even has an earthen immortal clone protecting him. Shuo Wenlu mumbled helplessly. In terms of strength, Jiang Binhan was really inferior to Zhuowen. However, in terms of treasures, Zhuowen was no match for Jiang Binhan. However, Zhuowen also knew that Jiang Binhan was the young master of the Ice-Fire family. It was normal for him to have a lot of treasures on him. With my Void Law and Explosive Steps Law, even if it's an Earth immortal doppelganger, it won't be able to catch up to me in a short time. Now that I have a ticket to the Green Lotus Mansion, I'll just board the ship when the Chaos Beast is about to take off. Zhu Wen planned in his heart, and he made up his mind in his heart. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to go head-on against the earthly immortal realm clone with his current strength, and the best method now was to delay until the time to board the vessel. Zhuowen's speed is really fast. Even the Earth's immortal doppelganger that Father refined for me can't catch up to him in a short time. Jiang Binhan frowned slightly and thought to himself. Whoosh! The two of them chased and fled. Time gradually passed, and soon a day had passed. Jiang Binhan, who was chasing from behind, felt that something was wrong. This was because he realized that Zhuowen seemed to be stalling for time. Moreover, although Jiang Binhan had been constantly fleeing in the void passage, he didn't leave the Cold Cry County at all. Why is Zhuowen circling in the void around Cold Cry County? Could it be that this kid is waiting for something? Jiang Binhan frowned slightly as he pondered. Soon, his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Hanmin County is the only county city in the blood refining mansion that has a Chaos Beast wharf. The purpose of this man's trip to Hanmin County is obvious. He probably wants to board the Chaos Beast and leave the blood refining mansion. At this moment, there was a wise look in Jiang Binhan's eyes. He stared at the fleeing figure in front of him with a mocking smile. This was because he just so happened to know the person in charge of Hanmin County's docks. Thinking of this, Jiang Binhan took out a communication jade talisman. After entering a message, he threw the communication jade talisman into the air and sneered at Zhuowen. Since I already know your purpose, there's no need for me to force you into a corner. Jiang Binhan smiled coldly. Zhuowen, who was still fleeing in front, naturally didn't know what Jiang Binhan was doing behind him. He was currently searching for a suitable location in the void passage. After all, the third day had passed, and the Chaos Beast should be arriving soon. In Hanmin County, there were many people standing on the white jade disk that was thousands of feet high. People were coming and going. Around the crowd, there were many soldiers in armor who were maintaining order. The wharf was a small station set up by the Chaos Temple. Naturally, there were people from the Chaos Temple station there to manage it. Wei Yi was the person in charge of Hanmin County's wharf. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the Chaos Temple. However, he was sent out to manage the wharf. There were many disciples like Wei Yi who were sent out by the Chaos Temple every year. Naturally, they couldn't be stationed at this small wharf all the time. The reason why they were sent out was to complete the missions given by the Chaos Temple and to complete their own training. I'm quite lucky. This time, I'm only in charge of managing the wharf in Hanmin County. I only need to stay there for 20 years before I can return to the temple. At that time, I'll still be rewarded. However, I really don't understand. Why do the geniuses of the Chaos Temple rush to the 4 main battlefields? It's not like they don't know where the 4 main battlefields are. Those places are too dangerous. Without enough strength, ordinary people don't dare to go there. Even the Divine Son, Yuan Hongwen, has entered the 4 main battlefields to train. However, Yuan Hongwen is a peerless genius. Although his cultivation is only at the half-immortal realm, he has defeated the old earthly immortal in the Chaos Temple. He's a rare genius. I can't compare with such a genius. Yuan Hongwen will become more and more powerful after entering the 4 main battlefields. I'm afraid I can only be cannon fodder. Wei Yi leaned against a pillar. He couldn't help but think of Yuan Hongwen's peerless appearance. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of awe. Wei Yi knew very well that the 4 main battlefields were famous for being dangerous places in the central region. Every year, many warriors would go there to train. However, less than 1 in 10 would be able to come out alive. The survival rate was extremely low. Generally speaking, if one really wanted to protect himself in the 4 main battlefields and obtain his own opportunities, his cultivation would need to be at least at the earthly immortal realm. As for warriors below the earthly immortal realm, very few could survive after entering the 4 main battlefields. However, if they could survive, They would basically become immortals in the future. This was also the specific reason why the 4 main battlefields were famous for being dangerous in the central region. However, every year, many warriors would rush there like a flock of ducks. I'll definitely explore the 4 main battlefields in the future. However, I'll have to wait until I become an immortal. Although an immortal can only become a true celestial sage by comprehending Tao meaning, even if I can't comprehend Tao meaning, I can still become an immortal. However, my strength will be weaker than those who comprehend Tao meaning. However, it's more than enough to protect myself in the 4 main battlefields. However, I'm still too far away from the earthly immortal realm. I'm only at the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. I'd better work hard to become a half-immortal first. Thinking of this, Wei Yi frowned slightly. He opened his right hand and took out the communication jade charm. The communication jade charm flickered. Apparently, someone had sent him a message. It's Jiang Binhan from the Ice Fire family. I heard that Jiang Binhan had a big fight with someone in Hanming County and caused a great disturbance in the county. However, I was still on my way to Hanming County at that time, so I didn't see him. I wonder why Jiang Binhan is sending me a message now. After saying this, Wei Yi's mind entered the communication jade charm. He slowly narrowed his eyes. The message inside was very simple. Brother Wei, help me intercept a person. Don't let this person get on the giant chaotic beast. I'll definitely reward you handsomely in the future. The message also included Zhuowin's appearance. Intercept a person? Wei Yi's eyes flickered as he murmured in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Wei Yi's eyes lit up, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Soon after, a huge beast whizzed over from afar and stopped at the edge of the white jade disc. In an instant, the huge beast looked like a whale. Its body was huge and was about 1/3 the size of Hanming County. As soon as the beast landed in the sky above Hanming County, it was like a dark cloud covering the sky, causing Hanming County to fall into darkness. This beast was a behemoth of chaos, and it was obvious that this behemoth of chaos had been modified. This was because on the behemoth of chaos back, there were countless buildings, pavilions, and palaces. There were rows upon rows of buildings. Around these buildings, there was a layer of pale blue light shield. It should be the defensive circle of these buildings. Its purpose was to prevent these buildings from being crushed and destroyed by the terrifying power of the void when the beasts of chaos traveled through the void. At the edge of the giant chaotic beast's back, 10 white jade stairs slowly descended and stopped on the white jade disc. At the edge of the white jade stairs stood 10 beautiful maids. These maids stood at the entrance of the ship to check the tickets. The 1,000th Class B flight has arrived. The final destination is the lunar battlefield, one of the 4 major battlefields. It will pass through 30 prefectures. Passengers of this flight, please board the ship in order. A loud voice came from the giant chaotic beast. Then, the passengers on the white jade disc lined up and slowly boarded the cabin of the giant chaotic beast. Wei Yi stretched and slowly walked to the center of the white jade disc. A terrifying thought swept out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a vast sea that spread out in all directions as if it was searching for something. After a while, Wei Yi opened his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "It seems that the person that Brother Jiang wants me to intercept is not here. However, I need to be vigilant. If the person intercepting me this time has a high cultivation, then I won't get involved. Of course, if the person's cultivation is not high, then it'll be a piece of cake for me." With that, Wei Yi's gaze fell outside the white jade disc. He knew that since Jiang Binhan had sent a message, the person he needed to intercept would definitely come to the dock to board the ship. Time passed slowly. After about 2 hours, the passengers on the dock had basically all boarded the cabin. The originally lively white jade disk was now rather quiet. There's only 15 minutes left before the giant chaotic beast leaves. Why isn't the person here yet? Wait, he frowned slightly. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a streak of light shot out from the void. The streak of light was extremely fast, and it landed on the white jade disk in the blink of an eye. Wei Yi glanced at this streak of light casually. Then his eyes shone brightly. He thought to himself, so it's just the young sky saint realm. Then I'll help you. With that, Wei Yi stepped forward and walked toward the slender figure in the streak of light. The person who had turned into a streak of light was none other than Zhuowen. Although he had been in the void passage before, he had been constantly paying attention to the dock outside. When almost all the people on the dock had boarded the ship, he knew that the giant chaotic beast was about to leave. Therefore, at this moment, he rushed out of the void passage and landed on the dock. When Zhuowen was about to board the giant chaotic beast, Wei Yi blocked in front of Zhuowen. Who are you? Zhuowen's eyes turned cold as he asked coldly.